Welcome back to the Fire Games, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. And I just want to let y'all know, I'm sorry we did not get the shiny Ho-Oh the first time, or the second time, but you know what they say, third time is the charm. So let's go ahead and get this, and get it popping. So let's see. Let me get my chat actually pulled up here. Whoops. I accidentally closed out my chat. So let me get this pulled up. Okay, perfect. We got this pulled up. And I can just minimize this. Sorry y'all, just give me 1 second. Let me do a little bit of this right here. And I actually see a lot more of the chat that way. So perfect, I love this. Eaterball popping in, says greetings ahead of time, homies. I'll be here as long as I can, but I got the kids, so I'll be popping in and out. Oh, thank you, Eaterball. Thank you so much. Nearlight, what's going on? Says hello. I'll be here to waiting. Jay says, yo, welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. Whisper, Jason, Christian, hi, chat. What's going on? And Maeve, thank y'all all for being here. Under 60-second club. So thank y'all so much. So yeah, I'm sorry we did not get it the first time. I'm sorry we did not get it the second time. But third time is the charm. And just in case y'all are wondering, I did buy 30 more Ultra Balls, 30 more Timer Balls, and I'm pretty sure we're good. And Christian says, how are we doing? We're doing great. I hope you are, Chris. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all being here. How was y'all's weekend? And how's the start of the work week for y'all? Whisper says, I want to be the first one, one time. You know, I thought you were one time, though. I thought you were. You've always been pretty quick with it. Jason says, LOL, Whisper. So again, thank y'all so much for being here. This is going to be a good one, y'all. And what's different about this stream is, well, a few things. Mother May has some great news for us. And May says, you saw my Derpy Mudkip TikTok video on TikTok? I just noticed, Nick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I liked it. Give it the old heart. Whisper says, I'm good. You? Oh, I'm doing great. Typically, I don't have Monday off, but I had today off. So, it was a really good day. It was productive. So, we love that. Whisper says, no, I was second one time. Okay. That's what I was... But you've always been pretty quick with it. So, I appreciate that, Whisper. I appreciate y'all popping in. May says, I have news. Okay, awesome. I love this. This stream is going to be lit already. There's a lot of things planned, actually. So, May, I'm loving to hear it. And so is Jason. So, what's the good news, May? I hope it's good news. And Burger, what's going on? It says, yo. Burger says, what's up, chat? Hey, Nick. What's going on, Burger? Thank you for being here, brother. How was your weekend? Whisper says, news? Yes, Mother May has news for us. And Chris says, oh, yes, May was very special in that stream. And just to let y'all know, we do have a members only stream coming up, not this Friday, but the next Friday. Already got one scheduled for that. I'm very excited about it. Let me see here. I'm actually going to move this over just a hair. There we go. And Whisper says game news. And Raul says co-raid. Yo, what's going on? What's going on, y'all? What it do? Burger says it was good spending time with the wife and kids, and of course, finally got a Switch 2 on the way. Nice. Love that, Burger. Absolutely love that. May says, I baked my cake. You baked your own wedding cake? Yo, that is lit, May. I love that. So, you know I've got to see this. Let's see here. Chris says, oh, a cake. You baked a cake like a mudkip cake? I can imagine it's probably like a Hoenn themed cake. I can't wait to see this. Maybe a ruby sapphire. I don't know. Let's see. Or a mudkip cake. Jason says, that's awesome, May. Riley says, W. Red Velvet May. And how was Co's stream, by the way, Raula? Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. How was your weekend? And Burger says, hey, Nick. I never asked what type of restaurant you work in. So yeah, it's a German themed restaurant. Like, you know, so we sell like schnitzels, spatzel. You know, the American way to say it's like spatzel, but I think the German pronunciation is spätzle. So yeah, it's pretty chill. It's pretty chill. I like the Jaeger schnitzel. It's like the Jaeger gravy is brown gravy with mushrooms in it. I'm not big on mushrooms, but it's good stuff. Good stuff. And Jay says, hey everyone. What's going on, Jay? How was your weekend, brother? Whisper says, bet nobody could find someone saying they baked their own wedding cake. May is a mother of many talents. And Nitro says, Co-Raid? Yo, what's going on? What's going on, y'all? Thank y'all for being here. How was Co's stream? Penguin says, hi. Welcome in, Penguin. Welcome in. Whisper says, did we get the shiny shirt rip yesterday? I fell asleep. No, we actually didn't get it. We didn't get it. But I've got a jersey on. Oh, I guess y'all wondering what jersey it is. It is actually a Ray Finkel's jersey. So yeah, that's what it do. That's what it do. So yeah. Thank you all y'all for being here. I really appreciate that. Popping in early too. And Co, what's going on, Co? How you doing, brother? Thank you for being here. How's the stream? May says, so Nick, you know the opening scene of Ruby and Sapphire where May is riding her bike with all the Pokemon running behind her? I do actually. Yes, I almost like try to recreate that for my YouTube banner shot, but like, you know, with Brendan. In a way. So yes, very familiar. Nitro says, popping in. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Ko says, Tamachi Life gets so sleepy. Oh, it gets me so sleepy. It is a fun game, though. It is a really fun game. I love that. Burger says, we need Nova, Hopper. Oh, yeah, they're all going to pop in, I'm sure of it. Whisper says, can we do 50 for a shirt rip today? Oh, if we reach 700 subs, which I believe is likely if we have a repeat of last stream, I believe we can do it. I believe we can do it. John Doe says laces out. That is hilarious, John. Laces out. That's why we're ripping the Ray Finkel shirt. I mean, can't be missing that kick in the Super Bowl. And Stardom, welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for being here, Stardom. How was Co's stream? And Burger says, say 75 likes and 1,200 viewers in the first 2 hours. Yeah, and so the first hour of the last stream, we jumped up to 200 viewers. Like just like a slow, gradual climb. It was kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Worm, what's going on, Worm? Thank you for being here, brother. How was your weekend? And Worm says you better have at least 50 Ultra Balls. Yeah, so I bought 30 more Ultra Balls and 30 Timer Balls. So we have about 60-something Ultra Balls. And I figure if we go about through 30 of them, that's going to make the Timer Balls like ×4, like twice as tough as a Ultra Ball. So we'll definitely get it then. So yeah, welcome in, Worm. And James, what's going on, James? Thank you for being here. How are you doing? May says, well, I made that scene wrapped around each tier of the cake, but there's Brendan and May riding together with Hohen and the Mudkip and the tour chick on top of the cake. It's awesome. I bet it is, May. I know it is. I've got to see a picture of this. If you send it in the Discord, I will check it out here in a little bit. Riley says, Finkel is Einhorn. Or is Einhorn Finkel? I don't know. Ray Finkel's house. Ooh, love it. Whisper says, oh, I didn't see that. And Astrology says, hey, dude, I'm back. Welcome back, Astrology. Thank you for being here. And Burger says, hey, May, put a picture in the Discord. I love cakes. Yes, please do, May. Please do. James says, which jersey is it? Because it's a jersey I respect. So actually, it's a fictional jersey. It's a Ray Finkel. Or it's an Einhorn jersey. Anyway, if you look at that. But yeah, a Ray Finkel jersey. Let's see here. So I got my setup a little different today. So like, that's why I said, you know, if you check it, put it in the Discord, I'll probably check it out later. I got my whole setup a little different today, but I see more of the chat, so I can be a little bit more engaging with the chat tonight. Burger says, Worm is Nick's baby daddy. It's something like that. This family tree gets pretty weird. And Nearlight says, hello. Thank you for being here, Nearlight. How was your weekend? Whisper says, by the way, can we get a member emoji? That word is plus luck. Oh yeah, we definitely need some shiny luck. And Jay says, thanks, Star. W. May says, yeah, let me attempt to get a decent photo. Okay, yeah, take your time with that, Mother May. And Tokimon, welcome in. Thank you for being here, Tokimon. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. Appreciate all y'all being here. Burger says, W for Mrs. Co. W Star, yes. Kobe wilding out. I love his streams. He's got so much energy. I love it. And every time we make a me, it's just like, oh, it's great. It's gold. That game is absolute gold. And May says, BRB? Yeah, like I said, take your time, May. And Jay says, Toke, bro, yo. Worm says, sup, Whisper. Tokimon says, yo, bro, Jay. Everyone welcoming you in, yes. Astrology says, just passing to give you a good luck. Hey, thank you, Astrology. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your night. James says, so, no clue who that is, I'm afraid, so let's go get those subs and rip that jersey. I don't know that guy, so we don't respect him over here in this household. It's from a Ace Ventura movie. I guess from the 90s. Could be early 2000s. But yeah, Ace Ventura, it's a Jim Carrey movie. It's just a comedy. I remember watching it when I was a kid. I really didn't understand it too much, but as I got older, I was like, oh, this movie is hilarious. Astrology says, so good luck. Thank you, Astrology. Thank you so much. Whisper says, how you doing, Worm? Burger says, the chat is livid. Yes, it's going to get pretty wild up in here. Up in here. Tokimon says, I'm good, thanks. How you doing? We're doing great. We're doing great. We had a good weekend. Had a good start to the work week. We're going to keep it going. Ko says, 1K subs by September. Mark my words. That would be an amazing goal. Hey, nothing's too far-fetched around here. And Ralu says, Jay. Burger says, shiny ho-oh at 1 hour, top right corner. Alright, I'm going to say top left. I'm going top left with it. Wait, where did Ray Finkel miss the kick? Was it far right or was it far left? I want to say it was far right. I'm still going top left. Burger says, Co, I can see that happening for Nick. Maybe thanks to y'all in this community. Just absolute love and support here. James says, I recognize the movie, but not the character. Yeah, Ray Finkel was the kicker that missed the kick in the Super Bowl. And kind of went all crazy. Went to go like to, well, like everyone was after him, so Had like a crazy life. And Belly says cereal is better when it's soggy. Just a little bit. Not too soggy, but, you know, just the right amount, you know. Like almost like toast, getting that right amount of, like, crisp. So, yeah, welcome in, Belly. James says, at least I think there's one with the pets, right? Where he speaks to animals. Yes, that's the, I believe that's the first one. Could just be the same movie, actually. Because, yeah, at the beginning, he does talk to animals. He's a pet detective. And Michael says, hello. Welcome in, Michael. How are you doing? Ko says, today is my weekend. Today is my Saturday. And tomorrow is my Sunday. Love that. Love that. My work week's changed up a little bit this week. Typically, I have Wednesday and Saturday off. This week, it's Monday and Saturday. A little different, but I don't think it's going to change up the stream schedule. Jay's thinking bottom left in 2 hours. Okay, that's a pretty good guess. That's a pretty good guess there. The reason why I say pretty good guess is because it's Jay's guess. And Jay's typically right. Tokimon says, I usually go middle left, but I see middle right tonight. Yeah, I just go off pure gut instinct. And, sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. I don't know. James says, my dog died earlier today. James, I'm so sorry to hear that. That was one of the hardest things I ever went through in my life. So I understand completely how that is. I cannot downplay that enough. So I'm really, really sorry to hear that, James. Christian says, gotta make 100 YouTube accounts and sub it and like it the stream at the same time. We gotta rip this jersey, y'all. And Jay says, Ryo, hey again. Ryo says, Einhorn stole the Dolphins mascot, right? Yes, that's what it was. Stole Snowflake. Jay says, oh, sorry to hear that, James. Hugs. Absolutely. Again, that is absolute terrible news, James. I'm so sorry to hear that. Michael says, how are we? I'm doing great. I hope you are, Michael. Thank you for being here. We're going to get this shiny Ho-Oh this time. We've lost it the first 2 times due to me just kind of being unprepared and just... But, you know, I was trying to make it pretty authentic. Like, you know, you run up on a shiny Pokemon. You know, I mean, you might only have 35 Pokemon or Pokeballs in your bag. For a legendary hunt, I should have probably came a little bit more prepared. So that's on me, guys. So sorry. Let's see here. Burger says, I'm sorry, James. Again. James says he does from the humidity, but no one told me that they were outside. That's terrible news. Whisper says, I asked Worm how he's doing. Wireless says, I hope your dog had a good life, James. Again, that was one of the roughest things I ever had to go through in my life. I was losing mine. Whisper says he never responded. He might just be passing through. He might be back. I'm sure Worm will be back. He'd be back and forth. And Ko says, I really hate to do this, but I'm about to pass out again. I promise if you stream Wednesday and Thursday, I'll be here. Get 700 subs this stream. And I got a big day with a fan tomorrow. Peace and love. Thank you, Ko. Thank you so much, brother. And dude, your company is so much appreciated always, brother. Thank you so much, Ko. Thank you so much. Let's see here. And Burger says, good night, Ko. See you tomorrow. Riley says, good night, Ko. Big W for Ko. James says, I don't do well with emotions, so even though everyone around me cries and stuff like that, be a family member, whatever, I don't do emotions. While I don't know, I always do humor to ease the tension. I do a lot of humor to cope. You know, you got to have a sense of humor. I've heard that from actual, you know, retired Navy SEALs. That, you know, they'll go through and you'll see some really crazy things that you really don't want to see, and really things that you've got to keep a sense of humor in life that really keeps you grounded, keeps you human. and through times of disaster. Jay says, good night, Co. Star, hugs. Yes. Burger says, Whisper, no, this is Burger. Co says, if y'all need anything, ping me on Discord. I'll see you when I wake up. Thank you again, Co. Thank you so much for being here, brother. Much love to you, homie. Riley says, is Star leaving too? James says, for everyone else, I just like to be the one who doesn't do anything, you know, like be sad, because if I'm sad, then of course there's a big importance in being strong, and strong for the ones around you. So it sounds like you have a good mentality and a good mindset, and I know you don't do well with emotions, but if you can control them, then you definitely do. Whisper says, okay, just checking. James says, breaks the attention. Nearlight says, good night, Co. Whisper says, good night, Co. James says, he had 6 to 7 years left to go. Again, this is terrible hearing about this for me, because it was one of the toughest things I ever went through in my life. So it's one of those things. It's even been 2 years, and it's still hard for me to talk about Murray. Jay says, oh God, I used to mix up Burger and Worm for some reason too, but not gonna lie, sorry y'all. They both have very fun personalities. Michael says, so I'm going to be a little less talkative. My therapist was hit on a bridge and had a brain bleed. I'm pretty much shy currently because of it. Well, hey, if you ever need anyone to talk to, please, this community is embedded in absolute support for one another, love for thy neighbor, and it's just, I cannot explain the amount of love and support here and compassion for one another, truly. Whisper says, I sent your stream to my friend group. Oh, thank you, Whisper. That means a lot. Whisper says, and Whisper, the amount of love and support that I get means a lot. It really does. But what melts my heart is when I see y'all having love for one another in the chat, because we're all going through battles that are not just Pokemon battles. You know what I'm saying? And it means a lot when this community is just very supportive of one another. It means a lot. It really does. The impact y'all have, incredible. So let's see here. Tokimon says, I'm always on the purple app, but I love it here now. Oh, thank you, thank you. And Edwin, welcome in, Edwin. Thank you for being here. Star says, night, guys. We got some places to be tomorrow. Going to the park with the kiddos, shopping, and gonna break Co's bank. Swipe that credit card. Oh, joking. Oh, okay, never mind. I was joking too. But yeah, thank you for being here, Star. Thank you so much. That's hilarious. Burger says W, Star. Whisper says 46 more subs, and we're ripping this Ray Finkel jersey. Tokimon says, yo, Burger. Michael says, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Never feel too shy to talk here. Like I said, a lot of us go through battles, and they're not just Pokemon battles. Burger says, how you been, Tokimon? James says, I blame my special needs like I don't process like others people do. Every time there's a loss, I try to be funny about it, even if it might not be appropriate situation. Well, you know, when I said, you know, having a sense of humor, you know, keeps you grounded, you know, a lot of, like you said, a lot of other people don't really cope like that. So, you know, of course, there's a time and place for most things. Burger says, W, Nick. W Burger. Y'all the real shiny legendaries. Already found you. Tokimon says, I'm good. How are you? So glad you're here, Tokimon. So glad you're here. You fit the initiative description of what it's like to be in this community. Just full of love and positivity. James says, it was by far the worst, Eve. She was my dog a while back. Murray was, with the exception of me being like a little kid, like 5 years old, Murray was my first dog, so losing him was, ugh. Felt like losing a child. I can't really describe it like that, but because that's a bad way to put it, but it's probably the closest thing to like to probably losing a child or like losing an actual like immediate family member. Because you know, I mean, he was with me all the time. And Burger says, hey, when we see a shiny Cubone hunt. That would be a cool one. Shiny Cubone. Like a shiny Marowak too. Burger says, I am summoning Nova and Hopper. I bet they'll be in here in like 30 minutes. Or less. Stinky says, just scrolled onto the screen. Hope you get it. Hey, thank you so much. What is that? Stinky Nacho 420? Goated name. So yeah, welcome in. Thank you so much for your kind words and positivity and encouragement. We appreciate that. Whisper says, James, honestly, real insane. Tokimon says, I'll be the battle guy. I love that, Tokimon. I don't know if y'all saw, I put in the Discord my Pokemon Go, like little trainer ID number. And I've got a few of y'all that actually added me. I love that. Sent some gifts here from my hometown. Nearlight says, I'm tired, guys. Might need to go to bed now. See y'all tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Nearlight. I probably won't stream tomorrow, but I will Wednesday night. The very next one. And enjoy everything. Says, looking for a shiny? We are. We absolutely are. But sometimes it's not the destination, it's the journey. So we're enjoying the ride. Could be a long ride, could be a short one. This tree could fall any minute. Whisper says, Nick, if we don't get this today, we can go to 8 screens. Oh, we're getting it today. We got it on the first. We found it on the first stream for it. We found it on the second stream for it. We're at least getting our encounter with it today. I'm much more prepared. Enjoy everything says, how is Ho-Oh here if it's a remake of Red? Yes, very good question you asked. So it's called the Mystic Ticket. And so what I do is I'll take a cartridge and I put it in the GB flash. And then I upload it to the PC, duplicate the ROM and the save files, and then I insert the Mystic Ticket, which has the ticket where you can sell to Naval Rock and get the Ho-Oh and Lugia. May says, Nick, check for... Oh yeah, like I was saying earlier, my setup is like so weird today. So I'll have to check it whenever I go on break, May. Because just to make sure everything gets set back up, it's going to take a while. Michael says, and this is why I really don't want my dog to go. My dog is about 10 to 12 years old. And her back legs are starting to give out. Oh, dang. Hate to hear that. I really hate to hear that. Burger says, Nick, go to Discord. May killed it with a cake. Oh, y'all, this is, like I said earlier, I'm going to have to, it might take me a minute. Because when I pull up one thing, it closes down the chat. I don't know what, yeah, so I got a weird system today. Oh my god. Alright. Boom. Okay, here we go. Yo, that is fire. Y'all, May did kill it with a cake. Alright, let me get my chat pulled back up. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to like leave stream like I used to, like go to Discord. Because I've only got one monitor, I've got my setup weird. Here we go. There we go. Alright, we're back. But yes, May, you killed it with the Discord. I mean with the picture. That was amazing. Holy crap. Michael says, I will add you once I get my phone back up and running. Oh, sweet, sweet. May says, I tried my best, never made figures for cake before. No, May, you could win like some kind of cooking show with that. That was amazing. Whisper says, if and only we don't get it, don't want to jinx negativity. Oh, we're getting it. We absolutely getting it. James says, I remember Eve would always lay down on my chest and put all of her weight on me. She was a boxer and very heavy. Oh, I love boxers. They make great dogs. My grandparents had one named Princess, actually. Riley says, come on, Silverbeak. Silverbeak. At first I thought like some kind of Harry Potter character. Like Buckbeak. I think that's what I was thinking of. That's hilarious. It is a Silverbeak. Michael says, she has been with the family since she was a puppy. I'm literally crying right now just thinking about it. I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. Like I said, it's hard for me to bring up Murray, even after this 2 years. May says, I tried my best. Never made a cake and Brendan cake in my life, but I'm glad you like it. Oh, I love it, May. Like I said, that would actually win a show. Like, legitly. Whisper says, what channel is it? I can't find it. What channel we talk? Oh, the photography channel. Talking about in the Discord. May says, and yes, all the figures on top of the cake are edible. Riley says, Nick's fire cooking show win. You know, I can't cook, but I mean, we could do a show and let y'all cook. Before that, and I'd be a judge. Now we're cooking. Tokimon says, Nick's Fire sounds like a mysterious Harry Potter name. Nick Fire. The legendary Gryffindor. And Bob O says, what is your favorite Pokemon game? It's... Oh, man. Can't make me choose. If I had to choose, Pokemon Gold. Pokemon Gizzled. I don't know why. It's the most nostalgic, and you know, you can get 16 gym badges in it. So I love that. And Rob with the dono. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 10 jewels. And how are you doing, Rob? Thank you for coming back and hanging out with us. May says, I hand sculpted the May and Brendan Kyan made the Trico, Mudkip, and Torchic. Riley says W management. Nice, nice. And let's see here. Rob said hi again. How are you doing, Rob? Thank you for being here. Hope you had a great weekend. And Bobo says, what's your favorite Pokemon? Shiny Slugma. It's one a lot of people don't hear a lot, but it's my favorite. Because it's weird. Like me. Thunder Swag said, bro, I locked in. I think I got a girl. Alright, Thunder Swag. Locked in, clocked in. Took a chance. Hey, you're going to miss 100% of the chances you don't take, so it's always good to take a chance. So have that trust, have that faith, have that belief. Rob says, goof and tired. Hope chat and you are well. Thank you for that, Rob. Thank you for that. Yeah, we are doing smooth. We are doing real smooth today. We're going to get this shiny Ho-Oh at some point. Some way, somehow. James says, fun fact about Slugma in its evolution line. It's hotter than the sun according to its Pokédex entry. Oh, nice, nice. And y'all, by the way, here in a little bit, we do have some Pokemon packs that we can open. Thanks to my neighbor John, we got this. Hold on. Let's see if I can pull it up here. Yes. We have Pokemon Mega Evolutions. That was donated to me by my neighbor. And then today I bought these. One pack there and another one here. It's got a Frogadier on it. So yeah, we can open that here in a little bit. Let me get my chat pulled back up. There we go. And Kitsu says, hey Nick, sorry I'm late. I was working on art. Oh, no, don't be sorry. Better late than never. Thank you for being here, Kitsu. And Hulk, thank you for being here. How are y'all doing? James says, can we name it Trenton after my dig? Well, we gotta name this one Lamp, because it won the poll. But we can put Trenton in the next poll for the next Pokemon. And I already know what it is, but I'm keeping that a little bit of a secret. Not gonna lie, I gave you all a hint by me mentioning it earlier in the chat. And Iz says, yo, welcome in, Iz. Thank you for being here. How are you doing? And James says, dog, not dig. Gotcha, gotcha. But yeah, we can put Trenton definitely in the next poll. Lamp won, so next time we... Well, I think Lamp knows that they won the poll. So at this point, we're just trying to get the shiny. It says, sup Nick? Sup chat? What's going on Is? How are you doing? How was your Monday? Hope it was a good start to the work week. James says, Nick, that was Greninja. That's why I paused there for a minute. I was like, wait a minute, who is this again? Oh, you're right, it is Greninja. That's hilarious. Thank you, James. Hulk says, I won a Fortnite match. Can I tell you the spirits I got? Go ahead. Let me know, Hulk. 2 matches ago, I won. I got the crown victory, and then I lost. I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. James says, so it's pronounced like Ariel's father from The Little Mermaid. Michael says, I'm doing okay, Tokimon. And Kitson says, also, I made a really good team in Violet earlier. What team was that? Was there like a specific task in mind, like when you were designing the team? May says, May riding alone on the bottom of the cake means I was alone, and then Brandon and May riding together on the second layer means that I met him, and the figures on the top mean we are together. Oh, that is beautiful, man. And the symbolic meaning of the cake and all that, that is beautiful. The cake itself tells a story, so that is absolutely amazing, May. Thank you for sharing that with us. May says it's perfection. I agree. I concur. Absolute perfection. Kitson says, wow, May, that's beautiful. Tokimon says, good for you, Michael. And Kitson says, it's a competitive team. Okay, awesome. Love that. Riley says, hi, Kitson. Michael says, I have 31 days until school. I am already hating this. I don't like school that much. Now that it is my girlfriend's last year, I'm a junior and she is a senior. Hey, cherish those memories. High school is some of my favorite days. It was a good time. But looking back on it, I kind of wish I would have did things differently. I hung out with my friends a lot my senior year. All through middle school, high school, I did a lot of wrestling, playing football. I did all that, but my senior year, I really took advantage of hanging out with friends, going on dates, you know, just, I don't know, just kind of living that life, and I don't regret doing that. But I kind of wish I would have took school a little bit more seriously. My high school GPA was a 2.9, and then my college GPA was like a 3.8. So I could have probably got into a better college had I actually done what I was supposed to in high school and not wait till like senior year to like, you know, really buckle down. So just a little advice there. James says, so Trenton. Yes. In the next chat. You got it, James. And Hulk says, or excuse me, I think I said next chat. I meant next poll. Hulk says that I got Holofoil, Water, Batman, Mastered, Galaxy, Earth, Boss, and Final Holo 7. Okay, nice, nice. Kitson says, no bills, no responsibilities. I miss those days. You're not kidding. You're not kidding. Kitson says, trust me, high school, enjoy it while it lasts. Once you start work, you'll miss school. Yeah, absolutely. And one thing, like, I guess for me that I didn't realize, and, you know, people have told me, they're like, you get in this life where, like, you see your friends every day. Like, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I had a good amount of friends in high school. But, you know, once when we graduate, you know, it's like, unless you're really good friends, I mean, you're probably not gonna see each other. And lots of those people you may never see again. So it's very interesting. Riley says, I never miss high school, but I do appreciate the teachers and education I got. Yeah, I wish I would have valued the education aspect of it just a wee bit more. Michael says, yeah, I guess. I don't have anyone but my girlfriend. I have to ask if one day she would want to go to the water park and do the rides on the boardwalk with me, by me. You know, you gotta cherish the ones you have close to you. Never let them know you do not take them for granted. Hulk says, all same match. Oh, gotcha. Talking about the cards. And Kuyo says, I'm back. What's going on, Kuyo? Back again. How are you doing, brother? Thank you for being here. James says, no. It's Trenton. I spelled it like this. Or Triton. Got you. Thank you for spelling it out quite literally. Kitson says, I just realized the Pokemon. A bridge Pokemon? Like, like an actual bridge? Because I'm not sure if I'm familiar with it. James says, slowly pronounce it Triton. May says, 12 hours making a single cake, definitely worth it. I would have to agree with you, May. I would have to absolutely agree with you. That cake is beautiful. And Jason says, same, Raula. Kriya says, good. Raula says, hey, Kitsune. Jay says, hey. I know auto checks to who's, but Kuyo. Jay says, hey, Jason. Kitsune says, Jason, can I show you something in Violet? May says, but now I don't want to cut it. Oh, well, you'll cut it at the wedding, of course. Which will be very special. It'll be a very special day for you, May. And just for y'all that do not know, May was proposed to by Brendan himself. Of course, it's May from Helen. In a luxury ball. It wasn't actual Brendan, Keon. But Keon is a great man. And they're actually having a Hoenn-themed wedding this coming week. So that is amazing. Big W for May. And Kuyo says J. Michael says plus I get discounts for both since I work at the water park. Get a free band for me and a 15% discount for my family of friends. I love that. I'll take that. 15% discount. 15% or more can save you 15%. Right? Jason says, hey, Jay. Riley says, hi, Jason. James says, but the second is lowercase. There is one from Sword and Shield that is a literal bridge. I forgot his name. Jason says, hi, Rolla. Jason says, what is it, Ariza? Hulk says, I got the vinyl or Vinny Jr. Sprite. Oh, nice. Excuse me. And May says, Nick, I have more news though. Let's hear it, May. What is it? I hope it's good news. Kitson says, sounds cool. Excuse me, something cool. Something cool. Michael says, it's like $34 when it gets counted. James says, hey May, I asked your fiance if I can steal that idea for when I get married. I'm sure if you come up with something really unique and original, they'll love it. Jason says, gotta change my game first, but sure, Riza. Burger says, alright, I'm back. What's going on, Burger? Thank you for coming back. May says, guess who did their first voice acting thing today? No way. That is awesome, May. That is freaking awesome. So happy for you. I hope that went really well. Kitson says, nice, May. May says, James, of course you can. Oh, that's really sweet. Riley says, hi, Burger, welcome back. Riley says, W, May. James says, oh, I might even do a master ball because I think about it like this. Luxury balls are good and all, but a master ball means you are the one. Riley says, can you talk about your character at all? And Burger says, there is a baker by the game of Mamba Bunny Cakery. She does not cake on every theme, especially Pokemon. I love cake theme of Pokemon. May says, or a love ball. Love ball would be a really smooth move there. But you know, the master ball you cannot lose. Cannot lose with the master ball. But May says, but yes, I can yap about my character. I love that, May. Please, spill the tea for us. Burger says, sorry, her name is Mama Bunny a Cakery. James says, yeah, I'm not really familiar with a love ball, but cause they came out with a generation that I never got around to playing. I'm just now going back and doing Generation 1. Well, I love that, James. That's my first generation for Pokemon. I mean, when Pokemon Red just came out, I got it for the Game Boy and fell in love with it. Michael says, oh, I forgot to mention when I said my therapist had a brain bleed. This is how my grandmother had passed. I was crying once I found that out about my therapist. Dang, I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. If you ever need anyone to talk to, I promise you the Discord community is very, very active, and we do have a link for that in the description of the live stream and of the channel, I do believe, as well. So if you ever need anyone to talk to, please feel free to reach out, Michael. Don't feel too shy to. Kitson says the Master Ball can break, you know. It happened for Kyrian and Violet. That's crazy. It's hard for me to fathom that a Master Ball can't work. It's got to. Michael says, I am in it. Riley says, yeah, rest in peace, Kieran's Master Ball. That's hilarious. But yeah, I refuse to accept that. Master Balls have to work. They've got to. Jay says, that's funny because usually TV shows are very secretive about their stuff. Must be some kind of special contract. May says, so they originally from Hoenn. They moved to Paldea. They are Steven's kids. They specialize in rock types. They have a Trico and they refuse to evolve it due to bonds and some stuff. It's freaking awesome. Thank you for sharing that with us, May. That's the inside scoop we got going on there. Well, it says poor Kieran can't catch a break. James says Generation 5 is the first one I played. And I said Generation 6 and went straight to Ultra Sun. And then briefly played Sword on my brother's account. And then he left me borrow and I created another character. I'm actually going to move this chat a little bit closer so I ain't got to look as far. There we go. And May says, but officially can't leak and other stuff like when they debut. Okay. Well, appreciate you giving us what you got, May. So thank you. And James says, and then he immediately got rid of it after he let me play. So I literally just got to the starter on Violet and he got rid of it. I had Sword, but don't know what I did with it. I just gave mine away after I sold the Switch. I just wasn't playing it. Zach says, Nick, I'm sorry I missed a few live streams, but I'm back. Hey, what's going on, Zach? Better late than never. So how you doing? Thank you for being here. It's good to see you again. And just to let y'all know what we are working with in our party, we do have a shiny Dragonite, level 64. Level 53 shiny Nidoking. Level 51 Charizard. Level 71 Mewtwo. Level 50 Penguin. And level 55 Penguin. And Tokimon for level 50. So we got a little bit of a better team here. So yeah. Raul says, hi Zach. Kitsune says, Jason, can you see me at the battle, at the terrarium? Double battle thing? May says, and I love the fact that I get to voice a character. I do too, May. I'm so happy you got that job with Game Freak. That is amazing news. And Jason said, sure, what's the code? And Burger says, I can't wait to hear your voice, May, on the show. Congrats. I know, right? Like, that's still, like, mind-blowing to me. That we'll get to, like, hear you in the actual show. Zach says, hi, Raul. James says, skipped. Kitsune says, code is 99KHFB. Kitsune says, Raul, you can join if you want. And James says, skip Gen 6. I've played every generation of Pokemon, but I haven't really gave Generation 9 a true chance. I haven't played all the way through. May says, next member stream, y'all will hear my voice character if y'all want. Nice, love that, May. It's not going to be this Friday, but the next. So we will be doing another one. Marla says, thanks, Kitsune. I don't have my Switch right now. Kitsune says, okay. Jay says, oh, next member streams, going to be boy streams, is going to be lit. Burger says, yo, Nick, or excuse me, yo, May, when get up there, you have to, in the future, get a Nick as a part. I can definitely see Nick playing as a professor or a gym leader. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. If Nintendo or Game Freak would let me do it. Oh, absolutely. A fire gym leader. We're going for it. And Parn says hi. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great night. Burger says J, 100%. May says, but guess what? What's that, Mother May? James says, oh, it might even be up here with all the other random stuff I got to be going check it out. Probably ain't up here, but it might be. James says, no, I don't see it. The only game I see is none over here. Jay says, oh my god, now I gotta see Nick dressed as a professor with glasses. I probably should wear glasses, but I don't. Michael says, also, it is part 1, is what Burger said. Riley says, hi, Parneet. Yes, again, welcome in. And Parneet says, can I send dono? Oh, please. Only if you feel obliged to. But your presence is the real present. Truly. Zach says, if you want to. Kitson says, where did Jason go? I'm sure they're popping in and out. May says, they let me keep my accent for my character. I don't have to hide it. It's awesome, May. I love that for you. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Parneet, for the jewels. Thank you. Thank you very much. It says, well, I noticed. Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Yeah, it pops up pretty immediately. So, again, thank you for that. And James says, the only 2 games I own currently is Madden 20 and Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, so I've played Hogwarts Legacy all the way through as a Gryffindor like I am, but I went back and played as a Hufflepuff to have that extra added mission where you go to Azkaban. Then I realized it's only a cutscene there. And yes, I can get down some Madden. I was playing NCAA football just the other night, just briefly, like just to have something different to do. And Riley says lab coat rip for 20 subs. So yeah, it's a Ray Finkel's jersey. That's what we're gonna rip if we get to 700 subs tonight. Burger says 26 likes so far. Nice. If we hit 30 likes, we will open the Pokemon packs. We'll start to do a little bit of that. May says, but when I say Trico, it sounds like I'm saying Trico. That's cool though. James says, I've only played through all 5 generations, or 1 black either or white. When it first came out a long time ago, I'm on Ultra Sun right now, and I'm also trying to beat Red. Hey, keep at it, keep at it. Michael says, I'm going to hop off. I'm getting overwhelmed with the amount of comments that are coming through. Sorry, I can't really hand it. I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, though, and I appreciate you being here and spending time every night here. Jason says, my favorite gen is 5. And Jason is still here. Thank you for being here, brother. Zach says, I caught a shiny Zemus yesterday. Grizzly says, Nick, what's going on? What's going on? How are you doing, Grizzly? Kitson says, go to the lobby area of Blueberry Academy, Jason. I need to show you something. Grizz says, Jay, my 2 good men. What's going on, Grizzly? Good to see you, brother. Hope you had a good start to your work week. Burger says, hey, May, can you see my chat? Burger says, Grizzly. May says, yeah. Burger says, James. LOL. Grizzly says, Burger, what's good, homie? Kitson says, tell me if you can see out the battle. Riley says, oh, Nick, I was joking about you being a professor with the lab coat. Oh, yeah, for real. 700 likes and, or excuse me, 700. If we hit 700 subs on the stream, then yeah, I ripped this Ray Finkel jersey. And Hopper, what's going on? My dude. How are you doing, brother? Says, what's good, y'all? Sorry I'm late. Hey, better late than never. I was watching a movie with my nephew. Oh, I love that. What movie were y'all watching? Burger says, how you feeling today, Grizzly? Good to see you on party time. And Parney, thank you again for the jewels. Thank you so much. Worm says, I'm back. Had dinner with the wife. Awesome. Love that, Worm. Hope that went well for you. Burger says, Jumper. And Jake says, I got a shiny shaman today. After 7,300 runaways stayed locked in. You got this, homie? Yo, love that, Jake. A little bit under odds there, but hey, it's that persistence, right? When I say the shiny represent what we covet, but seems a little too far-fetched. With the will, there is a way. So I love that. And Zach says, welcome back, Worm. Hopper says, Burger. Lamp says, hi, everyone. Did you get the timer balls, Nick? Yes, I bought 30 timer balls. And we're still naming this after you because you did win the pole lamp. So again, welcome in. Octopus, what's going on? What's going on, y'all? Jason says, I can't see it, Ariza. Jay says, hey, Hop. Grizzly says, Jay. Riley says, what's up, Hopper? Parneet says, you're so kind. No, you are for the donations. I don't feel like you have to do that. I really appreciate your company. Like I said, your presence is the present. The present. So, thank you all so much. Just for being here and hanging out and being engaging in the chat. That makes my time as a streamer just so much more wonderful. I look forward to doing these. Jay says, hey, Grizz. Zach says, that's Nick for you. Nick. Next Fire Games. Grizzly says, I'm silly Willy Goosey. May says, the bad news is I burnt my hand while baking. The good news is it wasn't too bad. And you did make a beautiful cake. So, you got some great news out of it. Hopper says, was watching the Minecraft movie, then some Teen Titans. Nice. Love that. Someone told me one time, like, the background looks like the tower from Teen Titans. Burger says, oh yeah, today will be good. Hopper, Jay, Worm, Grizzly, even saw Kuyo and Co. Soon Nova. Yes. Getting a whole squad up in here. I bet you we see Invader, Sean, whole crew. Riley says, W Teen Titans. Burger says 31 likes. Alright, we're going to open a pack. And then at 40 likes, we'll open another one. So on this one, we're going to open the one with the Greninja on it. Alright, I'm going to lower this down and pull this up. So let's go ahead and do it. I never really do this. So, like, a lot of y'all know, when was the last time I opened packs on channel? It was probably like the 5th stream ever, and I probably had like 2 people watching. That was the last time I opened cards. Alright, let's see. What do we have here? Alright, I'm going to show it to him. We'll make it quick, and we'll get back to shiny hunting. So it looks like we got a Beldum. Looks like we got a Finnegan. Kakuna. Phanpy. Deoxys. Special red card. Avlug. Flaffy. Vulpix. And a Beedrill. Oh, that looks pretty cool. And a Fire Red. Some kind of energy card. Some kind of a QR code. And a Harpy Lady. From Yu-Gi-Oh! I did not see that coming. What the crap? How'd that get in there? So yeah, W. So let's see. Zach says, I'm going to give you luck for the pack opening. So yeah, I don't know much about cards, y'all. So if there's anything there that was pretty cool, you'll have to let me know. Because I had no idea. Man says BRB. And Kitson says Fox. Burger says first. Lamb says, imagine a secret illustration. We did find something in there that was a little bit of a secret. I don't even know how that got in there. Hopper says, OBG, open a whole box of packs, hoping for a certain card last pack of the box. He got it. Oh, really? On the last pack. Dang. That's some crazy good luck right there. Burger says, hey, still a pull. Kitson says, come on, 2 foxes? Hell yeah. That was nice. Glad you enjoyed that, Kitson. Riley says, cute, Vulpix. Worm says, W, I love Pokemon cards. Awesome. Yeah, I've got 2 more packs, actually. So if we hit 40 likes, I'll open up another pack. And let's see, Lamp says, nice pull. Yeah, the Beedrill looked like the W there. Either that or the Harpy Lady. Jay says, LOL, what? Burger says, what, a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Yeah, I didn't know they started putting Yu-Gi-Oh cards in Pokemon packs. That was crazy. Octopus says, heck yeah. Zach says, LOL. Lamp says, Beedrill's one of my favorite Pokemon. Oh yeah, it was a W. It was a W card. Looked really cool. Travis says, Yu-Gi-Oh jump scare. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it was a little bit of a, like, what the hell, Bobby? Jay says, was that for real, Nick? I really don't know. Starting to wonder now where I got these cards from. And Zach says the Beedrill is only $1.47. Oh, well, the pack was only $12. It's okay though. It's the experience. You know, I've never like really opened up cards on stream, so I was like, you know what, we'll just do something different today. So I got a few packs. Burger says, Nick, was that part of the joke? What joke? James says, you could totally make a good fairy type gym leader. Spencer says, what's up, Nick? What's going on, Spencer? Glad you're here. And Mope says, isn't this the Room 40 method? Room 40 method. Never heard of that one. Well, welcome in, Mope. And Burger says, oh, Nick. James says, you should throw the fire energy behind you, just like my favorite Pokemon YouTuber. Or take the fire one. And just throw it. Heard that. James says, as you throw it, you have to yell energy. Oh, energy. Kitson says, I think Nick planted those foxes in there. There's no way he got 2 in one pack. Hey, that was legit, y'all. I mean, that was a real pack of Pokemon cards, as I showed y'all. And we've got another pack. This one's got a chandelier on it, and chandelier maybe. And this one was actually a gift from my neighbor. And Kitson says, "Oh yeah, I didn't plant the what am I trying to say? The foxes for you, Kitson. That was just Arceus doing his magic." And Burger says, James, real breaking Nate energy. Jay says, LOL. Zach says, you made $1 back. That's incredible. Spend $12 on a pack, make $1 back. I ain't no holla back girl. Kitson says, why? Jason says, why, Lamp? And Burger says, Lamp, I can't read crap. And James says, that's the one, Burger. And Ned says, back. How long you been streaming? Oh, we started about, I guess, a little over an hour ago. Somewhere around there. Yeah, just about right at an hour ago. So yeah, welcome in, Iz. How are you doing tonight? Lamp says hi, Iz. Riley says hi, Iz. Yes, how are you doing? How was the start of your work week? And Lamp says, 1 hour and 7 minutes stream so far. Precisely, actually, yes. And it says, hi, Lamp and Ryola. Yeah, again, how was the start of your work week, Iz? How are you doing? May says, I'm back, back again. Welcome back, May. Welcome back. Did you see the card opening? We did a card pack opening, but we will again when we hit 40 likes. I'll open another pack. Another one. It says, guess who's back, guess who's back, guess who's back, guess who's back, guess who's back. Nah. It says, I'm good. Marley says, hi, May. Burger says, can we see in the future a shiny Magikarp? Maybe. Maybe. James says, that's what she said. LOL. May says, I have a story. It's from a few years ago, but I saved someone. Oh, let's hear this, May. As a Gryffindor, I love these stories. So yes. Kitson says, oh my god, I traded a level 1 Magikarp for a perfect EV from an NPC. Yo, lit. It says 50 likes for the worm. Okay, if we hit 50 likes, then I'll do the worm on the bed. Actually, I'm just going to pin that comment. I just totally pinned your comment. Riley says, Hero Maylor. Jason says, whoa. May says, so Nick, you know I was a former bartender, correct? Actually, no, I did not know that, May. You are a mother of all trades. Then a teacher. A chef. Now a voice actor. But you were, in fact, a bartender like me. So that's awesome, May. I did not know that. James says, May, did it involve you getting hurt? You know, the thing about bartending is, like, it might hurt your back, like, you know, moving the kegs. But, it just hurts your soul, you know, sometimes. The restaurant industry, but, you know, like that movie Holes, it says it builds character. So I keep doing it. I should have outstanding character. Lamp says, in theory, Magikarp should be an easy-ish hunt because lots of fishing places have 100% Magikarp encounters. However, with 6 screens, if you do a fishing hunt, I don't know if you can imagine, if you hit the pull up button, you know, you gotta wait till there's a bite. If you hit that at the wrong time, it takes your line out of the water. So to do it with 6 screens on a simultaneous kind of method, it's gonna be kind of hard to pull off. May says, nope. Zach says, I found a shiny Kyogre on Emerald. Yo, W, Zach. Yeah, that was big W. What did you name it? It says, hey, my comment is pinned. W. Oh yeah, that was a W comment. Jason says, I didn't know that you were a bartender, May. Yeah, it's really cool. May says, and one day a girl walked in with this man, and she asked me for the thing, if you know, an angel shot. Robert, welcome in. Robert says, hi, my friends, how are you? We're doing great. Hope you are. So thank you for being here, Robert. Kitson says, honestly, at this point, what has May not done? And Riley says, hi, Robert. Robert says, hi. And again, welcome in. How was your weekend, Robert? And Iz says, drink water. Oh, yes. Great time for it. You know, I just took a sip, but I'm going to take another one. Another one. And Zach said, Nick, I named it Pancakes. You named the shiny Kyogre Pancakes. I love that. May says, Nick, do you know what an angel shot is? It sounds familiar, but actually, I don't think I do. That does not get ordered in my place. It says, what's good, Robert? James says, what's an angel shot? You've got, there's minors in here, and by that, I mean, we can talk about. This channel is actually, this content's marked not for kids, so, if they're kids, that means, like, you know, they're not on the kids' YouTube. And, Lamp says May is just doing all the side quests. All the side quests. Robert says, good. I got a new girlfriend, so pretty good. Good. Glad to hear that, Robert. James says, so true, Lamp. So true. It says, oh man, not 100 viewers today. Who knows? It could jump up there. Yeah, last stream was, at no point was there under 100 viewers. At one point there was like 200. So yeah, that was pretty amazing. And May said that's correct. But it'll do it within the first hour, I've noticed. If we get like a large peak, it'll happen within the first hour. It'd be like a steady like growth. If you have some drop off in the first hour, then it may not happen that way. That's just kind of what I've noticed. But yeah, that was quite an outlier. 200 people watching. Zach says, it's basically an easy way of saying, I need help, to a bartender. Oh, that's right, that's right. Oh, wow. That's a good thing to know. It says, but you don't want to ask directly for help, so you ask for an angel shot. And May says, that's correct. Oh, so a girl came in and asked for an angel shot. Okay, now we gotta know the rest of the story, May. May says, yep, it's a code all bartenders know. Actually, I haven't known that. I haven't been bartending for, I've been serving tables for a while, but no, it's actually really, really good to know. So thank you for educating me on that. Grizzly says, I want a chocolate frog. Just like in Hogwarts, like in Harry Potter. Well, chocolate frogs. James says, oh yeah, one of my friends said something along those lines. And Robert said, yeah, I traded all the old ones. LOL JK. James says, so that's what's going to tell us that she's a mercenary on the side. Doing more side quests than Snoop Dogg. Grizzly says, someone say Chris, it's you, and get me all paranoid. Zach says, my sister, who is a bartender in town, has been asked for angel shots a lot. Yeah, I mean, so if someone asked, I'd be like, yeah, totally, coming right up. And then, you know, like a lot of bartenders do, like if you don't know like what it is, just go look it up, because you definitely got the ingredients for it, you know what I mean? Then once when you Google that, then it would tell you like, oh. It should anyway. And let's see. Grizzly says, I get a thrill. May says, so I called the police on the guy who was with her. Turns out he was planning to hurt her, so I saved her. Thank you for sharing that with us, May. That's awesome. I'm glad you educated me on that, of what an angel shot is. You becoming the angel. It says, guys, I'm going to let my older brother on for a few minutes. Awesome, love that, Is. Well, it says W is his brother. It says, yo, it's me, Finn. Does anyone remember me? I do now. Yes, with the name Finn. That is an awesome name. So, yes. How are you doing, Finn? How was your weekend? And Grizzly says, just kidding, brother. Just being too silly tonight, Nick. Oh, you're great, Grizzly. We love having you here. Your positivity. May says, the reason you asked for an angel shot is so the man doesn't catch on and hurt them more. Right, right. Yes, you know, a code. So again, thank you for educating me on that. Riley says, I saw you once before during Nick's sobriety stream. Was that when it was? Zach with the amazing emojis. May says, and if they ask for like with the angel shot, that means that the man is armed with a weapon. Ask for like with the angel shot? May says lime. Okay, gotcha. I was about to say, I was like, hold on. I missed something on that order. But with lime. Okay, interesting. I have not heard any of that. It says, oh, I see my little brother's comment got pinned. Oh, yeah. 50 likes will do the worm on the bed. It says, oh, thanks for asking, Nick. It has been a slow day at work at McDonald's. Hey, I've been in the restaurant industry a long time. I know how it is. It's a constant grind. So proud of you for putting in that grind and that effort. It's not always easy getting up, strapping on the boots. I'm proud of the people that do. James says, I thought she was already an angel. May is an angel. Kitson says, well, I found out I can use flamethrower after eating wasabi. Oh, that's hilarious, Kitsune. Zach says, Mama May is an angel watching all over us, along Nova and Grandpa Nick. I don't know if I'm watching after y'all. I'm just giving y'all good advice so y'all can make the best decisions to put yourself in great situations so you can succeed. From there, that's where you're going to need help from Mama Nova and Mother May. Get in trouble. But Grandpa Nick can give you some pretty good advice, hopefully. And Iz says, oh, my little brother is back from the bathroom. See you guys. Finn out. Alright. Have a good night, Finn. Thank you for being here. Riley says, pretend to be Finn. And May says, it's a code for women, so men don't use it often. It's saved people before, and I have a woman instincts to save other girls. And Riley says, Mangel. And James says, May, it's not always going to be a woman who needs the help. It could be a man. I think she was saying that to illustrate why I haven't heard it. And, I serve, bartend, I've also, never heard that. So that makes sense, with it being kind of more of a captain like the girl community, help other girls. That would make sense. Let's see. It says what the shirt look like. So yeah, it's a Ray Finkel jersey actually. This is what we are working with. It should say Finkel on the back. If we hit a 700 subs, which is pretty high goal. I set the goal high there. I do believe we can do it. But we will rip it. Kitson says, oh, we may have to make good decisions. News to me. That's what you don't have to listen to my advice, but I try to give us advice to, to put yourselves in good situations. I'm a very situational kind of person. I believe you can get in situations that can help you succeed and have opportunity. But making bad decisions along the way, you never really get those opportunities because you're never put in that situation. May says, James, I said it's rare for men to use. Yep, exactly. May says, it's rare, I said. James says, yes, I see that it would be rare. But just because something is rare does not mean it would not happen. To take my blood disease, for example, it might be inherited, but there's a 50-50 chance that we get it. There's a 100% chance that we're getting this shiny tonight. May says, I know that, geez. I'm just trying to explain. I think we're at a full understanding there. Now, James says, is that the one doctor in the chat? Oh yes, Kitsune? Yes, we do have a doctor on staff here. It says, dude, 2 high encounters, 3 streams, and 0 catches. Oh yeah, we're getting there. We're absolutely getting there. But this time we do have timer balls. We do have more ultra balls. The timer balls is what's really going to get it. So yeah, when we find it, y'all, there shouldn't be any more of this stressing of like, oh, we're going to catch it or not. I'm still going to stress, but we should be good. Riley says, Kitsune is here. And speak of the devil, Kitsune says, also, I know how to defend myself when I've been training hand-to-hand combat. I love that, Kitsune. As a smaller guy, I've always been an easy target for a bully, especially being a nice guy. I mean, people definitely don't think that they can walk all over you when you're kind of a small guy and really nice. So I learned at an early age to wrestle. Obviously I played football. Learned to intelligently defend myself, so I do take importance in that. And I fell in love with the whole martial arts. I mean, it's an art. Thoroughly enjoy it. May says, and we forgot about Father Keon. Oh, Keon's a great man. Zach says, retired kickboxer over here. Oh, nice. Love that, Zach. Riley says, teach me hand-to-hand combat, Kitsune. Yeah, well, what's your specialty of martial arts, Kitsune? Kitsune says, Ariza's not here. What did you do? What did you do to her? Krabby Patty says, nice beard, man. Thank you, Krabby Patty. I appreciate that. I just do what I can. With the worm emojis, we had to have some of those, y'all know. James says, yo, will the doctor answer this question? I can answer it if need be, but I don't feel like doing it, so Nick and everyone else, what Von Willie's brand is? What Von Willie's brand is? No idea. And May says, and I just hit the light bulb. Oh my god, that was too close. Please, please stay out of danger for us, Mother May. Please. It says summon Worm. I believe Worm will get here very, very soon. Riley says, it's like you got an idea, May. James says, Von Wilbrands. May says, I don't think it was a good idea. You know, like in the cartoon, you know, get the light bulb. It says, worm, worm, worm. No, so you got to do the worm dance. You know, you got to go. Bring it there and bring it back to fully summon. To illustrate my point. Riley says, fair enough. Worm says, worm. It says, worm, I summoned thee, worm. And it says, it worked. I told y'all. I told you. You got to do the dance. You got to get jiggy with it. James says, where's the doctor? Oh, that would be Kitsune. Jay says, while singing worm is the worm. Worm, 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 worm. Worm is the word. That does help sometimes, but as you see, the dance tends to be pretty smooth. May says, ow, ow, what'd you do, Mother May? What did you do? Zach says, James, I know you're right talking about it, but I can't explain it in the right contextual way. And Worm says, Worm has been... Yo, thank you, Iz. Says, love the stream. Thank you so much for that. Yo, W. Yo, can we get a W, Iz? Yo, a big W. Yo, thank you so much for that. And James says, I can. It just means my blood does not clot properly. Like I said, I get a cut and like I bleed, I bleed, I bleed. I do understand that. I do understand that. I had to take blood thinners for a little while myself. And I was definitely in that danger. Worm says, LOL. Kuya says, Worm. And again, thank you so much for the dono. Thank you so much. Arlie says, can we sing Worm Up? A worm up. It's the cold word. Worm says, hey, Kuyo. Zach says, yeah, my younger brother has it too, James. Riley says, W is. Yes, thank y'all. Big W is. Or is, excuse me. May says, I hurt like heck. I don't know what. What did you do, May? James says, which stage does he have, Zach? Lance says, whiz. Meaning is. Zach says second. It says first ever super chat. Really, I feel really, really honored. Thank you so much, Iz. That means a lot. Don't feel like you ever have to do that. Your presence is the present to me. Truly. Jay said Iz. Iz says you're the first person I've ever given money to. Thank you, Iz. And again, you just being here and being engaging in the chat and just showing outstanding character, that means more to me than anything. Not just to me, to the other people in the community here. So thank you so much for that, truly. It means a lot. And Kitsune says, wait, what happened? I was looking at my phone. Oh, Iz donated on the channel, so thank you for that. And Iz says, thank you all. Kitsune says, wow, Jason, perfect timing. And Burger says, had a toki break. Hey, puff puff. Pass, right. So I love that Burger. James says, oh yeah, that's bad. But it ain't the worst 3 stages. 3 being the worst, 1 being the best, and I have the first stage of it. Jay says, W toki breaks. May says, I tripped. No. It's already begun, hasn't it, May? I'm sorry to hear that. Please, please use the bubble wrap I sent you. Kitsune says, May, use the bubble wrap we keep sending you. Thank you to illustrate my point. Holy crap. Kitsune, great minds think alike. Zach says, Burger, without me? It says, May, bro, stop hurting yourself. Jason says, LOL, May, you okay? Kitsune says, quit it, May. Riley says, May, maybe we can build you a pillow house. Someone said earlier, they're like, don't you ever go into a glass blowing shop. I was like, that's hilarious. May says, what is it now, May? Is it getting worse? And Zach says, Ryula, just put her in solitary confinement room for an hour or 2. But then after that hour or 2, what are we going to do? Riley says, no need for confinement. James says, more like forever, Zach, only allow her to go outside to use the restroom and make food. Even that might be a challenge. LOL. She did get burnt already, and she's already tripped on us. So I don't know. Kitsune says, Jason, the Mew sleeping is so cute. It says, W. And Jason says, we'll have to confiscate your mudkips if you keep getting hurt, May. Ooh, you just threatened May with her mudkips. Ooh, I don't know if she's going to handle this very well. It says, Worm, I summon you back to the ground. Is Worm. You know, if y'all all wanted to spam Worm in the chat, I'd be okay with that for the next, 60 seconds. And Worm has been summoned. Alright, then we must spam Worm in the chat for the next 60 seconds. Or W. W for Worm. And James says, that is funny, Zach. I would say give it another 10 minutes before she gets off the screen for the night. It says, Shabam. Ralu says Worm. Kitsune says Worm. Ralu says Worm. It says Worm. Ralu says Worm. Kitsune says Worm. Lamp says Worm. Lamp says Worm again. It says Worm. Lamp says Worm. Jay says Worm. Kitsune says Worm. Ralu says Worm. Lamp says Worm. Worm says Worm. Kitsune says Worm. Lamp says Worm. Lamp says Worm. It says Worm. Lamp says Worm. Kitsune says Worm. Lamp says Worm. Zach says Worm. Lamp says Worm. It says Worm. Worm says, I'll do anything if you say my name 3 times. Kitsune says Worm. It says Worm. Kitsune says Worm. It says Worm. Kitsune says Worm. Burger says Worm. Lamp says Worm. It says Worm. Lamp says Worm. Okay, we're good. Riley says Worm. Lamp says Meow. May says, don't you ever say that about my mudkip. I told you she wouldn't handle that very well. Kitsune says, what is going on? It says it's been 60 seconds. Yes, W, y'all. That was one hell of a worm. We just wormed that from here to Jamaica and back. So, yes, that was quite the excitement, y'all. That was, I stayed on par there, of who all said worm, but that was running out of breath. Holy crap. That was awesome, y'all. That was lit. Burger says, Worm. Kitsune, still going with it. It says, Worm. I summon you to supper chat. The supper chat. Worm says, missed. I hope I didn't miss a shiny there. I didn't even look. I'm sure it wasn't. Zach says, I'm going to make a worm edit for Worm and put it in the Discord. Just give it a day or two. May screams and cries. Jason, stop getting hurt or Nick will take 95% of your mudkip. And you know what I'm going to do to him? Put him next to some French fried potatoes on the plate. Yes. Riley says, at least one worm. Worm says, put in only worms. .com. It says, May, you good? It could just be all the worms. Worm says, I don't have money for supper. You know, we could go to Taco Bell. For Taco Bell, yeah, you can get your money's worth up there. Zach says, I will when it's done. James says, no one is going to take your mudkips because Blastoise will stop them with his big-ass cannon and shoot them to kingdom come. Well said, Jason. Or excuse me, James. Says, do that. Kitson says, Jason, do you understand this pose with the Pokemon? May says, y'all are so mean. Runs off crying. May, no, look, Mother May, please come back. May. Kitson says, May, what's wrong? Burger says, Mudkip got eaten by worms. Mudkip, R.I.P. Oh, was it what I said about the Mudkips on the plate next to the French fried potatoes? Yeah. I'm sorry, mate. I wasn't that serious about it. Worm with the worm emojis. Worm. Worm is the word. Kitson says, I hate when my empathy arises. It's quite annoying. It's okay. You can let the empathy out here. James says, they threatened to take her mudkip. Yeah, we should have known that was going to happen. It says, why is there no stick emoji? Oh, like poke stick emoji? Riley says, yeah, I think we all would protect Mudkip. Only the shiny ones. The non-shinies we tend to deep fry. And Oriello says, hey y'all, what's going on? What is going on, Oriello? How are you doing? Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a great weekend. Or had a great weekend. Good start to the week. So yeah, how was your weekend, Oriello? Jason says, how'd you get the Leon pose, Ariza? Kitson says, follow. I think I remember. Hulk says, do you want to play Fortnite together? You know what? I would actually be down for that. We can get down on it. Get a victory royale. Burger says, Oriello, what's up? Kitson says, Jason, go to the Academy store. Jason says, hey Hulk. Hey Oriello. Burger says, Jay. It says, I summon Nova. Yes. With the powers invested in us, I believe we can summon Nova. I believe it, y'all. Jay says, hey Hulk. Hey Oriello. Burger says, Jay. It says, I summon Nova. And Raul says, hi Oriello. Jay says, Bergie. Bergilicious. May says, still gone. May, we were just kidding. You know we love you. Please don't run away. We won't eat the mudkips. Pokemon are friends, not food. Oriello said, I had a great weekend. I went to an arcade and went to get Japanese food with my partner for my birthday. I love that. Love that, Oriello. That's amazing. That sounds like a really nice date. Keeping it fun. I love that. And Burger says, Mother Nova, we call to thee. Riley says, May redeems the Mudkip protection charm. Kitsune says, Jason, want to do some barbecue quests? I'm running low on points. May says, still gone. It didn't even register in my head. It is your birthday. So yeah, when was your birthday? Over the weekend? Oriello, happy birthday to you. I was at that arcade and the Japanese food. I was like, yeah, that's a pretty good night out. But for your birthday, that is awesome. I love that, Oriello. Happy birthday. And Raulu says, happy birthday. Kitsune says, Ninetales is not food, and if any of you get near one, you deal with me. Y'all heard it here first. You F around, you find out. James says, May, come back. It's going to be okay. We're going to give you full privileges. Back to your Mudkip. James says, insert funny Mudkip video here. Riley says, Ninetales is a god. Oriela says, thank you. Yeah, it was on the weekend this year. I had a blast. That's awesome. Good, good. Glad you had a good day with that, Oriello. And Jay says, happy birthday, Oriello. And Burger says, Burger throws Rayquaza. Hyper Beam Rayquaza, Mudkip faints. Oh no. Oh no. And Burger also says, happy birthday, Oriello. Oriello says, thank you, Jay. And also says, thank you, Burger. It says, happy birthday as well. James says, focus / pops Endeavor into quick attack. May still gone, but y'all, Nova has arrived. What the crap? I know the chat is about to explode. Jay said, hey Nova, what is going on, Nova? How was your weekend? Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. It says, I did it. Yeah, we were trying to summon you for quite some time. Nothing was really working. But I think, finally made it happen. May says, Mama. Kitson says, Jason, do you know where the Mileto is? I can show you. Worm says, a huge several-mile long worm is destroying a city because he was summoned without purpose. Well, if we hit 50 likes, I'll do the worm on the bed. And that will be some purpose. Giving the worm purpose, you know. To be done, I guess. It says, I summon her by saying it's ripping his shirt off. No. I doubt there'll be a shirt rip tonight unless we hit 700 subs, which I don't even have a look at it. It's a pretty far-fetched goal, but this is a Ray Finkel's jersey. So again, welcome in, Nova. Hope you had a great weekend. Burger says, Nova, the queen of poets, and arre arre. That's hilarious. We are doing another members-only stream, not this Friday, but next Friday. Oriela says, hey, Nova. Korea says, no. Raula says, watching large worm. Just slither on by. James says, Mega Charizard X spawns to protect Mudkip army. May says, Mama. Jason says, I already got it, Ariza. Kitson says, okay. Kitson says, would it still count if I use a bunch of my alternate accounts? Nova says, I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear that, Nova. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Hope you had a good weekend and good start to the work week. I had the day off today, so it was pretty nice. Cannot complain on that. And Burger says yes, members live, all boys. So who came up with this idea of all boys for like the next members only? And Worm says, hey Nova. Jason says, Nick, Slugma gets a critical hit and knocks out Mega Charizard. That little mother lucker. It says hi. May says, Mama, they're bullying me. No, 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 no. I did not eat a mudkip. And let's see here. Kitson says LOL. And Mikalarma says, sorry, I quit the Pokemon Fire Red for the Switch 2. Gen 1 caught remake mod making Pokemon Red for the 3D for the PC. Sorry, I read that really fast there. I didn't comprehend any of it. But welcome for being here. Riley says W Slugma. Kitson says May. What did I do? LOL. Burger says Jay did. Yes, it was Jay that I think came up with the idea. It says Nova. I gave him $2 because I was bored, and he was the first streamer ever I gave money to. Yeah, thank you for that again for that is. Don't ever feel like y'all need to donate. Burger says Jay started saying all boys, so I started copying him to bug him. He's definitely pushing for it. James says Charizard X survives due to a focus sash. Thank God. May says y'all are being mean. May, surely not. We couldn't be mean to you. Never. I understand you're upset we ate some mudkips. I mean, y'all ate mudkips. Jay says, wait, so is it going to be an all stream or not? All guys stream? Oh, so like, not even let Nova and May in? I mean, surely we can include them. What did Nova do? Unless they don't want to be. They're not. Yeah, I guess it would be a boys only. Kitson says, I haven't done anything. I'm just hunting Pokemon. Nova says, LOL, nice is. May says, also, it can't be only boys because I have to be on the call. Yeah, I kind of figure if we excluded them, they're going to get kind of mad. And Jay says, or just call guys at the first and then girls can come on. I probably won't even stay long. I'm just going to try. We'll get something figured out, Jay, I promise. Because we got to get you in the call. We got to get you in there. James says, I'm not. I'm being a good boy. Jason says, Charizard gets buffed by the Sandstorm. May says, yeah, we're all being very mean to me. No, no, no. It says we should do a poll next to after the shiny ho-oh. Oh yeah, definitely. And Ticky Head, thank you for being here. It says, have you caught a Poliwrath? No, I would love though. I would love that. So thank you for being here, Ticky Head. Burger says we need Nova. Oh, we do have Nova. Nova says, also my responses are probably going to be slow. I'm curled up in a big fluffy blanket. I love that for you, Nova. Kitson says, wait, an all guy stream? Freedom, yay! And Jason says, wait, I found a shiny lit Leo. Jay says, I already voice noted most people. And that was awesome too, Jay. That was really awesome. And Ashton, welcome in. Thank you for being here, Ashton. How was your weekend? Worm says we shouldn't have a exclusive members only and only boys and only girls stream. Is very high school, so let's just not do that. I would say let's just include the mods, you know, on voice call. You know, I really, because I think a lot of y'all can agree, it gets to be a lot of chaos if we get a lot of people on there. But hey, we got 2 weeks figured out. But I kind of have to side with Worm. That it's gonna upset somebody if we do all boys or all girls. But if Kitson says lucky, James says Charizard is immune due to its partner Pokemon Golduck with Cloud9. And Riley says W lit Leo. It says, name poll. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I knew what you meant. For the next Pokemon that we hunt, because we did do a poll for the name of the Pokemon, and Lamp won it. So I do want to honor Lamp. I don't want to take that away from him just because we keep losing the shiny. And as y'all should know, we do have 30 Ultra Balls extra that we didn't have last time, and 30 Timer Balls. May says, yes, you are. And Jay says, well, I was just saying guys stream because the girls were in the spotlight last time. Okay, I understand. Okay, I see where the idea come from now. They were the spotlight. Yeah, I didn't really say much on the last stream, did I? On the members only, anyway. Kitson says, let me see it, Jason. Jay says, yeah, I don't know if I even want to get in the voice chat. I understand. I don't want you to feel pressured into it. I know everyone else is already pressuring you a lot. Burger says, I just want to be on the Discord. I don't care who's there as long as Grandpa Nick is on the live. Hey, thank you, Burger. I appreciate that. James says, not happening, Izzy. I got next dibs. My dog gets a shout out. I said we'd definitely put it in the poll. Definitely put it in the poll. And James says, sorry, it autocorrected is. Burger says, as long as I can be a part of the membership chat. It says, bro. Burger says, 38 likes, 12 more to see the worm. Hey, and 2 more till we open a pack. And Jason says, May, pissed off, throws a rock and hits Charizard in the face, knocking it out. And Mills says, show me the shiny. Yo, what is going on, Mills? How you doing, brother? Thanks for being here. How was your weekend, man? Mills. Yes. Let's get some W Mills up in the chat. And Raul says, hi, Mills. May says, y'all pissed a British redhead girl off. You do not know. Do not piss off a redhead. Oh, I knew it. I still did it anyway. I'm sorry. And James says, James catches the rock and throws it at Jason as if it was a baseball, and it hits in the eye at 107 miles per hour. Burger says, leave Charizard alone. Jay says, Millsy. Burger says, Mills. Mills says, doing well. Thanks for asking. Chilling. Love that. Love that, Mills. Glad to see you, brother. Riley says, W, Mills. Mills says, what's up, folks? Worm says, I remember that. It says, Spider-Man, Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. No, that's a pretty good poem right there. Have any of y'all seen the new Spider-Man that came out? There's a girl at work that told me she saw it and it was really amazing. Oh, okay, cool. I believe it. Jason says, hits it with a bat and costs Charizard. And May says, holds sword at Nick and apologizes. Now. Whoa, 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 whoa. We don't want any problems. We don't want any problems, see? And thank you, Oriello, for the flower. Thank you, thank you. I'm being threatened by May. Now, what kind of sword is this, May? Is this like a Scottish claymore, like a dual-handed welded? Or are we talking about like a Japanese katana? You know, what kind of sword? I don't know if that makes a difference. Jason says, James's slugma eats it for breakfast and spits out a molten ball of fire at Jason. Burger says, Deoxys and Rayquaza join to annihilate all Mudkips. James says, gets sliced by May's sword by accident, trying to protect Nick, bleeds out and dies. Y'all, James took a bullet for me, y'all. He really did. And again, thank you, Oriella. That means so much. Thank you for the jewels. And Riley says, I'll see it soon. And it says, I saw the new one opening day. Jason says, flash fire activated. May says, it's a katana, duh. Oh, okay. I'm really sorry, May. I promise you I'll never eat another mudkip for the rest of my life. Please, dear love of God. Burger says, 40 likes. Alright. So now we're going to open the pack that my neighbor gifted me. It's just this little pack here. He said it came out of a magazine. And I've also got this one here that we could open. Bought this one today. It was 12 bucks. I was like, whatever. $12. Whatever. Alright. Let's see here. And now I'm going to pull up my camera here. Let's see. OBS. Okay, perfect. Now I can see what y'all are seeing. So what we got here is a Yamper. Snubble. Mischievous. And a Randy Moss. What? From 2004? What in the world? That is crazy. That is crazy. You know what? Let's open a real pack. Let's open this one. And just so y'all see, I'm opening this legitimately. Probably like messing up the cards in here. I'm not a card channel. Disclaimer. I don't even know if any of that's good. Even the Randy Moss. Yo, how do you get these things open? There we go. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Be careful taking this out. Alright. Let's do it, y'all. Let's do it. We got Mankey. Who's that? Sizzlepede? Got a Bronzor. Charbug. Heatran. Seeking. Quarry. Trumbeak. Vivavolt or Vikavolt. Yo, that's lit. The energy card. And some guy from the Minnesota Vikings. I don't know. Weird. So yeah, those were not W's. Not W's. Worm says, I've been fooled. May says, yes, I do, Ariza. Can I use it now? Burger says, yes, real pack. So yeah, the other one was a donation from my neighbor, Pokemon John. So big shout out to him. And it says, what's good, LOL? Kitson says, on what? May. Honestly, I don't trust you with a sword after you keep falling. Oh, good point, good point. And Rob, thank you for the jewels. Thank you for that. Riley says W, Rob. Burger says Riza, LOL. May says, oh, Nick. Kitson says, oh, no, May. And James says, gets stabbed again by the baby knife, but this time it was fatal. No. May says, oh, man. Kitson says, I wouldn't suggest that. I would defend Nick. I'm more skilled with one than you, and you wouldn't get near him. Thank you, Kitsune. You're such a homie. Worm says W, Nick. Thank you, Worm. W, Worm. W is for Worm. Burger says W for Ariza for protecting Nick. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. James says Nick buries his true hero. In the backyard here lies the hero known as James Robert Lloyd. Have you ever seen the movie Fight Club, James? Where like one of the dudes, gets killed, and then they had like the whole like little, his name is Robert Polson. His name is Robert Polson, and they just like say it over and over and over. That's what I was thinking of. Burger said James, LOL. May runs off crying again. Why is that, Mother May? Who hurt you? Or did you hurt yourself? Burger says, thanks to the effort of Kitsune, Mudkip runs away. And, Marla says, Nick finds out he was his true hero all along. If I have an idol for inspiration, it would be Anthony Robles. Won a national championship with only one leg. That's amazing. I mean, was born with one leg and wins a national championship for Arizona State in wrestling with only one leg. And Penn State has a wrestler that only has one hand. He's missing his other hand, but one of the best wrestlers in the country. So I just love, what he kind of exemplifies of just no excuses, And let's see here. It says, hey, we don't talk about Fight Club. Yeah, I did just kind of break the first two rules of Fight Club. Raul says, his name is Robert Polson. Raul gets it. Yes. And so does Iz. So y'all some legends for that. Burger says, be not, shh, don't break the rules. We've already broke the first two. Burger gets it. It says, bruh. Raul says, his name is Robert Polson. Yes, that is the vibe. Burger says, we never talk about the Fight Club in Nick's basement somewhere in the woods in Georgia. Yep. So, actually, truth be told, y'all, this is Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club, do not talk about Fight Club. Second rule of Fight Club is, you do not talk about Fight Club. Third rule of Fight Club, someone taps out, goes limp, gives up, the fight is over. And obviously, if they're knocked out too. Fourth rule, only one man to a fight. Fourth rule, fifth rule, whatever we're on now, only one fight at a time. And the last rule is, if this is your first night at Fight Club, you have to fight. How did I do? James says, the dead ghost of James appears behind Nick and whispers suddenly in his ear and scared the piss out of me. It says, hello. Zach says, I'm back. Burger says, 40 viewers, 40 likes. Only 2 hours in. Nice. Big W. Big W. Marla says, W, Nick. And Burger says, welcome back, Zach. Yes, thank all y'all for being here. This has been a really great stream so far. And we're about to find a shiny soon, y'all, because I think we're about to be at odds, which means it's just right around the corner. Statistically, it's right around the corner. So let me actually take a 3-minute restroom break, and I'll be right back, y'all. Shady's back. Let's see here. Let's find us a shiny Ho-Oh. Noah said mud wrestling? When was this decided? LOL. Burger says, James, brains? Who's got brains? James says, Burger spits in the Nick's Gatorade bottle upon James waking up from the dead. My Gatorade bottle? Good thing I went and grabbed a Propel. May says, Mama. Burger says, Nova, remember on live chat where you said you wanted to referee? And Caney Isa says, hi. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. Burger says, James, that's gross. And Caney says, new subscriber. Hey, welcome in. Hope you love the environment. Some pretty fun, crazy, chaotic community, but together we might find a shiny and catch it, but the real thing is the compassion for one another, so I hope you feel welcomed here. And James says, there is no James, only Jeremiah remains. Jay says, yes, mud wrestle, and it'd be an only worms exclusive. Alright, we need something to go in the Discord channel there, right? It says back again. Back again. Burger says, welcome, Connie. Kitson says, welcome, Connie. And Kyler, welcome in. Good to see you, Kyler. Neva says, I don't remember that, LOL. But a promise is a promise. I'm just kidding, I don't even know what we're talking about. It says, tell a friend. Riley says, we are shiny. It says, Nick, drink. Good idea. Excuse me. James says, James is back from the dead, but it's not James. It's Jeremiah. May says, hey, Raola. Want to hop in Nick's voice chat? If not, it's all good. Raola says, sure. Let me hop on my PC. Shiny says, W, Nick. Yo, what's going on, Shiny? How did the streams go earlier? Was it last night or was it earlier today? I have a horrible memory. I remember very recently being in your stream. So how did that go, brother? Did we catch any shinies? And if so, what did we get? Shiny says it's going. I heard that. Hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit. So yeah, thank y'all for being here. Burger says, on December 25th, it will be Nick's Fire versus Worm Mud Wrestling match. With none other than Mother Nova as the referee, live on Only Worms for the low price of $9.99. Okay. I like this. I don't have to get ready for it. Alexander says, have you seen Pokemon anime? I have actually. The first, it's hard to see from over here, but first like 8 seasons I have on DVD over there. So yeah, welcome in, Alexander. Hope you're having a great night. Kitson says, Kyler, want to join us for barbecue quest by chance? It says, guy who has a good heart is right in front of me and he's on the screen. Thank you, Iz. Thank you for the kind words. And Vice9 says, what's the rate for a shiny? In this game, it's 1,008 or 8,000, 1 in 8,196, I do believe. And Shiny says, that's crazy, LOL. And Kitson says 1 in 4,000, I think. Yeah, that's for like some of the newer games. Like I think they started that rate in maybe like Sun and Moon, possibly. But yeah, in these older games, it's actually like anything that's played in the Game Boy, like Pokemon Gold or Pokemon Ruby, Fire Red, all that stuff. Yeah, it's 1 in 8,196. And believe it or not, this is our 3rd stream for Ho-Oh. And we have found a shiny Ho-Oh in every stream, but I lost it. So this stream, I'm a little bit better prepared for it. Nova says, LOL Burger. Jeremiah takes over James's body. It says no Kitsune. Shiny says it's 1 in 8,000. 192. Okay, someone was telling me it's 1 in 8,196 the other day when I was saying 1 in 8,192, and they were telling me it was 196, not 92. And I was like, I've always said it was 92. Like, I've always put that on all my thumbnails. So now I'm so confused. And Whisper says I'm back. Welcome back, Whisper. Welcome back. Kitsune says, oh wait, that's the new games. Oops. Yep. Yeah, the newer games, they make just everything easier in Pokemon. Kitsune says my mistake. No, it's completely understandable. And Whisper says I was playing Far Cry 6. Oh, I do have that game, but I've played it like a few hours in, so just haven't even really made a dent. Kitsune says, Jason, watch this cool move with this Mon. Jason says, want to do Far Star Sandwich Ariza? It says, who knows the shiny odds for Pokemon Go? I think it's different for certain Pokemon. So I think your average Pokemon is like probably 1 in 512. Some Pokemon like Onix, they're just on a fixed 1 in 64. That's why certain Pokemon you'll find like lots of shinies of them. And then if it's like a legendary raid, oh my god, like a shiny Ho-Oh here. Yo, it ain't. Yo, finally, y'all. Finally. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Middle. Someone said middle right earlier. Y'all, can we hype it up? Can we hype it up? Elijah, welcome in. Elijah, you came at a great freaking time. Yeah, finally. And Mother May, if you're still there, we found it in middle right. I think she popped in the Discord. She's colorblind, so I like to give her like directions to where we found it. So yeah, Worm says, let's go. Shiny says, yo, shiny Ho-Oh. Yes, y'all. This is a legendary moment right here. We are looking at a shiny Pokemon that has been found with a 1 in 8,192 odds. Sometimes I think we take that for granted. But, and Ditto, welcome in, welcome in. But it just represents that something you want and covet with enough work, persistence, and dedication. With the will, there's a way. Sometimes you gotta make 6 screens. Whatever. We're gonna get this guy. Oriella says, let's go. The $2 dono. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go. Thank you so much for that. And y'all, we shouldn't have to worry because I did. Y'all, can we get a W, Oriello, in the chat? Jason, is this the 4th shiny? It's the 3rd one. The 3rd time's the charm. So yes, y'all, let's get this going. I'm gonna use Thunder Wave. So yes, we've been popping. The reason why we lost the last 2 shiny Ho-Ohs is because I showed up with 35 Ultra Balls and a severely underleveled team. So now what we have is 61 Ultra Balls, 2 Pokeballs, and 30 Timer Balls. So for Wits and Wiggles of the Worm tradition, let's just go ahead and use these Pokeballs. Okay, it didn't even try to stay in there. Oh, that would have been cool though. Alright, y'all. So here's the strategy. I'm going to throw about 30 Ultra Balls. Give or take. Because after that, the Timer Ball is going to really help us out. It says a somewhat different ball that becomes progressively better the more turns that are in battle. So let's get to spamming these Ultra Balls, y'all. After I use about 30 of them, we'll swap over to Timer Balls, if need be. It says way over odds. I know, right? Because, what are we? About an hour and a half in the stream. Close to it. Whisper says, first time here, and there was a shiny. Oh, I love that for you, Whisper. It says W. Nova says, I think it's the 3rd. Yep, it is the 3rd one. Elijah says, WWW. Elijah says, hi, Nova. Nova says, oh, Elijah, hey. And Burger says, shiny will be Carp. Elijah says, how are you? Ditto says, Nick, don't fall, don't hit. Oh yeah, I don't even want to touch this thing because it could get a critical hit. Like I use like Blizzard. The Dragonite here knows Blizzard. So and as you see, try to use Recovery there. So that's why I don't even try to hurt it. If I do, it might probably just be a critical hit like we had recently. This is what we're working with. We have a level 64 Shiny Dragonite, a level 53 Shiny Nidoking, level 51 Shiny Charizard, level 70 Shiny Mewtwo, level 55 Shiny Articuno, and a level 50 Shiny Moltres. Let's not run away. Ultra Ball. Nova says, I'm doing good, Elijah. You? It says he would rather miss. Oh, yeah. Whisper said Master Ball. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've had the Master Ball, but I mean, we don't use it. Well, I'll lose the shiny before we use it. Elijah says, I'm doing really good. I got 2 giant free Pokemon plushies and a flip ton of free cards. I love that. And don't worry, Ho-Oh doesn't have any physical attacks, because if it did and it touched this Nidoking, it would poison it and then slowly die, which, don't ask me how I know that. So Elijah says, so good day. Nice. Arrgh, almost had it, y'all. We almost got it right there so early. Dang. Burger says, Master Ball should only be used for one Pokemon, Caterpie, none, level 1. Well, you know, I think if it's a very small percentage Pokemon, like, for example, the 10% Shiny Growlithe that I came across, it used Roar and got away from me. That would have been a really good one to use a Master Ball on, but I found it again and still didn't use a Master Ball. I caught it an Ultra Ball, just because I was better prepared. Use Mean Look so it wouldn't get away, put it to sleep, you know, all that kind of stuff. Lamp says, I'm back. Be sure to use all Ultra Balls first, then you have a max catch chance. Yeah, I think after 30 turns, it kind of maxes out the timer ball. So that's why I said I'm going to use about 30 Ultra Balls, and then we'll start using timer balls, and we should get it then. Elijah says, I got the Bulbasaur and the Squirtle Big Plush. Oh, nice, nice. I love that. And John the Don says, that's a great name, Penguin. Oh, yeah, we have a lovely friend here named Penguin, and we named the shiny after them. Arg! Almost had it. I like it how it says Arg, like my pirate. A pirate of shinies. Alright. It says 7 more likes for the worm. Yo. Nova says stay in the ball, dang it. Always makes me think of Happy Gilmore. He's like trying to learn how to putt-putt. It's like, you too good for your home, ball? You too good for your home? It says no hat today. Yeah, sometimes I get really hot when I'm streaming. It's like with the hat on, I start to sweat a little bit. So, taking a little break from the hatty hat. Oh, it appeared to be caught. However, Hopper says 3rd time's a charm. Let's go. Yes, 3rd time is the freaking charm. The shiny charm. Whisper says, I knew that. I just wanted to try to ask him to use it. No, we're not going to waste a Master Ball. Alright. Worm, here you go. Yes, we did name the shiny Mewtwo Worm. I mean, he won the poll. I mean, that's how we do it. And Worm easily won that poll. So here in about 10 more Ultra Balls, I'm going to swap to Timer Balls. Elijah says, gives Nick the amazing look I had today. I love that. Oh, y'all, that was giggity. Oh, we just got ripped from it. Oh, y'all, that was like 4 shakes. Oh, so we got 40 Ultra Balls. That means we've only used about 21. And then Timer Balls max out at 30 turns. So we'll use about 10 more Ultra Balls. Shiny says, I'm currently grinding out my games to get ready for Fossil Week in September. Oh, I didn't know about Fossil Week. What day does that start? I'll literally write it on my calendar. And actually, I got to swap the calendar over to August. I'm still in July right now. That's funny. Lamp says, I think this is the one. Oh, I know it is. And just so y'all are wondering, Lamp won the poll, so the lamp will be named after this shiny. Elijah says, "Oh, hi, shiny Pokemon hunts. Yes, so glad y'all are here. I was actually in shiny hunts not long ago." He's not even trying to stay in this ball. Burger says, "Hey, Nick, is it time for Father Nick to ask Mother Nova for a poem?" Only she wants to. Only she wants to. ZZ says, "Now use timer ball, Nick." Let's see where we're at. 34. All right, we'll use 4 more. It says, "Can you move the screen to the top left so we can see the whole video?" Yeah, absolutely. We're happy to do that. Shouldn't take no time at all. So you said top left to be the best visual for y'all? Yeah, alright. Let me just send it right here. We'll take this one, we'll send it. Whoops. Oh, that one's already fine. Does that look okay? I guess it really doesn't matter that much. It don't have to be perfect. Okay. Sorry. Now the OCD is killing me. Good enough. Alright. Let's see, let's see. Ultra Ball, we got 3 more. And Spencer said, "Let's go." And Nova says, anyone got an idea for a poem, like a certain word or something? What about Phoenix? Because Ho-Oh is kind of like a phoenix. The symbol of renewal. Or, I don't know. What do y'all think? Worm says a poem's about plants, worms, and soil. I don't know if we've tried that one yet. And John the Don says, "What would be the next shiny hunt for you?" I do have one already set up and ready for us tonight that we're about to get to after we catch this guy. Oh wow, already down to our last 2 Pokemon. Who should we send out, Penguin or Tokemon? Who should we send out? James says, "Do a poem about Nick's forehead." Elijah says, "Word for Nova Pokemon." And let's see here. It says Timer Ball. Pixel Pro, welcome in, welcome in. And Spencer says Token. Alright, perfect. That's what I was waiting on. We're going to throw out Tokemon. Alright. Shiny Bird versus Shiny Bird. Pixel said, "Came in for the 5th time trying to catch a shiny." Wow, you pop in at some really good times, Pixel. Then. Alright, actually, we're going to use Timer Ball now. Wow, I didn't even try to stay in it. Crap. Ugh. And it says Tokemon too. Alright. Jay says, how but just a poem about Nick? Oh, thank you, Jay. But whenever Nova feels comfortable writing. Oh, Worm says, "We are 1 like away from doing the worm." Y'all, as soon as we hit 50 likes, I do the worm on the bed. Fishy says, "Okay, I'm assuming we're over 50 likes now. Who can confirm we are over 50 likes?" Whisper says only 40. Spencer says it's at 50 though. It says 52. Let's just do what it do. Oh, and by the way, if we for some reason hit 700 subs on this stream, this is a Ray Finkel's jersey, and I will rip it. Okay. Okay. We wormed it straight off the bed. It wasn't a very high elevation worm, but it was like a fast one, and that's what like like speeding over the bed. Wow. Lamp says, "Is bro okay? This time." Getting too old for this. All right. Let's get this shiny with a timer ball. This time. Oh my god, y'all. I thought that was a legendary moment. Right after the worm. Oh, y'all, we cannot lose this thing. We're down to our last Pokemon already. Max Revive. Perfect. 1 Max Revive. That's all we need. That's all we need. And we're going to give it to Nova. The Shiny Dragonite. Alright. Timer balls. Get to work. Burger, I will freestyle about Pokemon at 100 likes. Oriella says, Nick, I feel you need to buy some cheap shirts. No, I feel like the jerseys are the ones worth ripping. Mill says, Max Revive. I know, I've only got 1. So it better count, or we're going to lose a 3rd shiny Ho-Oh. And I might have to flip my absolute shiitake mushrooms. Jay says, Nick, don't rip your jersey. Hey, it'd be fine. It's a Ray Finkel jersey. Lost the kick in the Super Bowl. Come on, y'all. This is like 4 times strength to this timer ball. We can't lose it here. We can't freaking lose it here. Welcome in, Grim Cloud. Welcome in. Okay. It says pin. Okay, yeah, I'm going to pin that one. Replace pin comment. Perfect. Alright. Let's get it. Yeah, damn. Mill says Ultra Ball time. Well, we've only got so much time here. And, you know, actually, while I've got some extra time, I might just revive some of the other Pokemon. But we've already went through like 30 turns. That timer ball we should be using, it should be twice as powerful than an Ultra Ball. However, if this thing uses all his PP up for his moves, then he's going to start to struggle, and I've lost the shiny like that too. Oh man. Let's see here. Timer balls. Here we go. Burger says, give the Ho-Oh a good rub and then throw the Master Ball. Oh, okay. We'll give it a good rub and then we'll throw a timer ball. What the crap? What the crap? Burger says use Ice Beam. I don't know. That might really hurt it. You know, Psychic with Mewtwo, sometimes like he does a critical hit and he'll put him like really far down. So actually that might be an option. No. Alright. Alright, what if we did it a little bit? Please don't be a critical hit. Oh, I just used Recover. Alright, that's a waste. Like I said, if he uses all his moves up, then he's going to struggle, and then we'll have about 3 throws to catch it. Oh man, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Lamp says next 5 balls. Oh man. And John brought up a good point. We'll use the Master Ball if it struggles all the way to red. I still won't use the Master Ball. I mean, we've already lost 2 at this point. I ain't going out like no sucker. I believe. Wait, did he just struggle? Y'all, did I just see this thing struggle? No! 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 No, 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 no. It says should have bought more Pokeballs. It don't matter. If he starts to struggle, that's my point. It don't matter how many balls you got. He's struggling now. No! Lance says struggle. Oh. Mill says Ultra Ball, but Timer Balls is twice as effective as Ultra Ball at this rate. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Oh, no, no. What's going on, y'all? We can't be. This can't be happening. No, we need Nova to save us here. And we only have 12 more Timer Balls. No. Five foot. I'm so sorry. Don't get your hopes up. We might be losing this thing. He's starting to struggle. Luckily, he's got a lot of HP. No, why is he not even trying? No, 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 no. This can't be happening, y'all. No, 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 no. What's going on, y'all? What is going on? We got six Timer Balls left, 5 Timer Balls left. This thing is a ticking. Oh man, this is not good, y'all. This is not good. I'm gonna actually go ahead and revive Nova because of all the HP. Paralyzed can't move, thank goodness. Hyper Potion. Bag. Alright, we are back to Timer Balls, right? Crap. Alright, I'm gonna use these Timer Balls for the end. Bag. Revive. Alright, so I'm actually going to swap to Ultra Balls to preserve the last 3 Timer Balls till this thing gets down in the red. No! We almost had it. Come on. That was so close right there, y'all. Oh, Shine says so close. I know. Lamp, I believe, too. Lotus, welcome in, y'all. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, okay, now we're halfway to killing this thing. 5 foot says, I believe. I believe. Hey, that's what we need in the chat right now is a whole lot of belief. A whole lot of I believe right now. I still believe. That's what we need. Yes, yes. Bonjour. Yes. Belief. Belief. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. Yes. Y'all. Oh. Y'all. Let's go. W's. W's. Familia says we believe in you. Thank y'all for believing me. Thank y'all. Holy freaking crap, y'all. Holy freaking crap. That was nerve-wracking. Y'all. Holy freaking crap. Yes, thank y'all. Spam that W. Hell yes. Oh my god. Let me take a sip of water, y'all. We were about to lose a 3rd shiny, which is a first ever on this channel, and I was about to lose it. Thank y'all so much for believing in me. You had reason not to. Ho-Oh, the rainbow Pokemon. A legend says that its body glows in 7 colors. A rainbow is said to form behind it when it flies. Give a nickname to captured Ho-Oh. The name that was won was Lamp in the poll. So we were honoring Lamp, who said, say 5 times just to be sure. We'll have to honor that. Okay, now let's see. Let's guess the nature, y'all. What do y'all think the nature is going to be? What do y'all think the nature is going to be? Alright. From here, I'm going to hit bag. In case you are wondering how we got the Ho in Pokemon Fire Red, it's the Mystic ticket. Alright, I'm seeing brave, hardy, timid, stubborn, adamant, quiet, modest, shy. I'm going naughty. I'm going naughty. Alright, I've got escape rope somewhere, right? Yeah, 1. What? I can't use it here? I bet you I can use it in here. What? I still can't use it? Yeah, and so this is what it looks like. It's like, what in the world? And if I took a ride up there, it would take me to Lugia. This is called Naval Rock from the Mystic ticket. Oh yeah, I need to save before I forget. Here we go. Let's go up in here. And let's see some other shinies. Deposit. Withdraw. Alright. Summary. Shiny Zapdos. Whoops. Shiny Lapras. Shiny Persian. Shiny Fearow. Shiny Pikachu. Shiny Hitmonlee. Shiny Ho-Oh. Bashful. Did anyone say bashful? Lamp says, I'm not naughty, Nick. Are you bashful? So yes. What a great freaking hunt, y'all. Holy crap. I can't believe we got it. Oh man, that was stressful. That was really, really stressful. Invader in the house. What's going on, Invader? Shine says Lugia next. It will have to be for the next stream, the next hunt. Absolutely. But I do have a hunt set up and ready for us tonight. And just, whoops, I didn't mean to withdraw that, but summary. There's a shiny Snorlax, shiny Moltres, shiny Eevee, and a shiny Deoxys. So, oh yeah, let me save the game. Finally got past this shiny Ho-Oh. So good. Invader says back from work. Awesome. Good to see you, Invader. Oh, man, that hunt was crazy, y'all. So this is a hunt that we did attempt on the members only stream. Give me 2 minutes, I'll have it set up and ready for us. Melissa's got some stack shinies. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. You've caught them all on stream. And everything in that box is named after a subscriber. Burger says, let's do a shiny blue-eye dragon. Or we could do, what did we find earlier when we opened that Pokemon pack? We found a harpy lady from Yu-Gi-Oh! We need to shiny hunt that. So yeah, I'm glad y'all got to witness that, because that was amazing. To actually finally catch the shiny Ho-Oh. Yeah, I pulled up very unprepared to this hunt. I mean, I'm trying to think the last time we lost 2 shinies of the same Pokemon. Maybe one of the Reggies. I know Regice gave me a fit. So did Regirock. I don't know why. But yeah, even though they're only level 40, no, they're tough. They are tough. Motor on. Alright, this is the last one. Alright. Now pull up the OBS. Perfect. We got Kuyo top left. We're going to have Jason middle left. Let's see. We're going to have Fred bottom left. We're going to have Jay top right. Or it might be different in y'all's screen, but Nova. And Kitson. Alright. I think we're good, y'all. Let's see here. Emil says, Nick, would you ever consider putting your sub count on stream? Yes, so I did try my second stream ever when I first started streaming. And I had an overlay, and I was using Streamlabs or Stream Elements. I can't really remember which one. And the entire stream was laggy. It was like, it would lag like 5 seconds and then play like 5 seconds. And so I took that out, and then the next stream was fine. And the only thing I changed was just the overlay. So I'm not sure what I did wrong there. I'll definitely have to try it again, though. Because Mill says, so we can see it go up and know when you hit 700. Yeah, that's a good point. So we're not like click away, you know. I didn't think about that till afterwards. Yeah, that's a really good point, Mills. And ZZ says, it's Pikachu. Mills says, just wondering. No, it's a really good question. Fishy says, me want Lickitung. And it says, another Charmander. We're going to get one. I do believe. And Jason says, Ariza, want to see the Pokemon I just found? Invader says, shiny Chameko hunt eventually? Eventually, yeah, we'll have to do that. Absolutely. Burger says Invader, that'd be a good one. Dude, I'll go crazy if I found a shiny Chameko. That'd be wild. Wild. But yeah, y'all, I cannot stress how happy I am to finally get that shiny Ho-Oh, y'all. To lose 2 shinies like that, oh my god. And I just try to make it authentic, as if, you know, you find a shiny and you're not prepared for it. You got 35 Ultra Balls, which you would think would be enough at any given time in your playthrough. Not a severely over-leveled team. And so you just gotta do what you can do. John says, great job, oh ho, I'm out for the night. Thank you for being here, John. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed that too, by the way. CZ says, I gotta go, was fun, dies and only revives when the next stream starts. Well, thank you for being here, ZZ. Yeah, we won't stream tomorrow night, but we will stream Wednesday night. And I'm still planning on, like, it's early in the night for me. It's only almost 1 a.m. here. I'm planning on going to about 4. I want to go to about 4 a.m. If I can. If I can. So yeah, we won't stream again tomorrow night, but the next night we will on Wednesday. Burger says, Nick, in the future you should take a trip to Japan and visit the Pokemon Center and do a live shiny stream. Oh, that would be really cool. I would love that. And there's something I've talked about before in Japan. It's a store called, this is the actual name of the store. It's like a franchise. It's called Hard Off. And I've watched some YouTubers, and our very own Mother May can confirm that there's some really good deals over there. I watched one YouTuber and he walked out of there and he was like, yeah, so I just spent $12. He bought Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Granted, it's probably the Japanese versions, but $6 a piece. You can buy some Pokemon cartridges over there, super cheap. But yeah, the store's called Hard Off. Burger says, oh, read that one. Kitson says, I've got a shiny area for Vulpixes, Jason. Just for Vulpixes? That is awesome. Kyler says, yo, I'm shiny hunting right now. Hope you get the best luck. Not more luck than you, of course. Oh, no, I hope you get it. We've already got a shiny tonight, so I hope you get a shiny. James says, speaking of Japan, there's a bar. If you go there with any type of card, they'll make you a drink for it depending on what it is. Interesting. Never heard of that. That's awesome, though. Bill says, did you see my comment, Nick? Probably not, brother. Yeah, just tell me again, because I'm caught up on the chat now. It was going fast there earlier. Burger says, that's awesome, Nick, and a good price for Ruby. Yeah, $6 each. I mean, like I said, even though it's the Japanese version. And Fishy says, I think I'm going to go. Bye. Well, thank you for being here, Fishy. Hope you have a great night. And Burger says, night, Judah. Kyler says, yo, let me play some Scarlet with you. Nova says, night. Yeah, so thank you all for still being here. For the second hunt. Perhaps the second hunt of the night. Or shiny of the night. James says, so take the most common car that I've seen so far. The Lord of the Rings Magic Gathering the card. The One Ring. They basically make this golden drink. Don't know if it's true. Huh. I'm sure it is. May says, in the back. Welcome back, May. Welcome back. James says, we're not. Kuya says, night. Mill says, WB. Welcome back, welcome back. But yeah, I did see your comment, Mills, about the sub counter part, if that's the one you're talking about. And like I said, yeah, it was a great idea, but the last time I tried that, the entire stream was laggy, so I don't really know a good way to do it. If it's Streamlabs or Stream Elements, I can't remember what I used last time for that. Lotus says, can I also be one? Kyler says, I'm back again. Whoops. Nova says, also 2 new poems have been added to the Discord. Oh, nice. Lotus says, never mind. May says, mama. Lotus says, I was AFK. It says 2 more resets. It says 2 more or 60 likes for you to put a hat on. Okay, I'll put a funny hat on at 60 likes. Bet. Burger says Mudkip comes back, but Rayquaza and Deoxys calls Hoopa to join them for battle. Kyler says, hey Kitsune, can you tell me why my stomach's been hurting and it's been burning? Riley says, yo, 59, like hype. Burger says, W Nova. Lotus has got to go to bed. Bye guys. And thank you for being here, Lotus. James says, did you see my comment about the prophecies? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think I remember reading that one. Nova says, yes, May. It says one more like. Kyler says, for some reason, I thought it said my Pokemon were depressed, but it said mass outbreak disappeared. May says, can we yap in VC? Absolutely. Nova says 60 likes. Alright, funny hat time. Funny hat time. What does this look like? Let's just see. Let me pull the OBS. Okay, yeah, we can do this. Right? Yeah, I don't even need to see. Yeah, I don't need to see nothing. Can we find a shiny here? Nope. Mill says, you look like Trippy Red. Who's Trippy Red? James says, basically, the prophecy dictated the one that controlled the body from the Jeremiah, the Pokemon that you were seeking at the time was Ho-Oh, shall be shiny, and it was. Oh, so you did a little witchcraft there, did you? Burger says, Mills, LOL. May says, please, mama. Mill says, haha. It is a little bit more of a challenge, ain't it? Burger says, the rapper Trippy Red. You know, I know some rap. I asked someone yesterday at work if they knew who Big Yayo was. And they didn't know who it was. Well, really? And now here I am. I don't even know who Trippy Red is. I guess that's me. Mill says, Nick, you hopping on VC? May after stream. Kitson's, but yeah, I probably won't end stream for another like 3 hours. So y'all don't wait for me. Kitson says, get away from that bold pixie. Never says voice chat. May says voice chat room in the Discord. Party in the disco. Burger says, yeah, Yayo is fire. Oh yeah. I like a hymn, like literally a song named Hymn. No Pin. It's pretty hood. Great music video. Let's see. Burger says, thank you, May. Shine says, you don't know early morning trapping? What you know about scales, man? Mill says, 70 likes, Nick. Hops on voice chat. And May can show us Pokemon impressions. Ooh, I don't know. Kyler says, can I join you? Yeah, I'm trying to leave out the whole voice chat thing to members only. Because otherwise it makes the members only not special. Because it's got to be special. It's got to be special somehow. And we are doing another members only stream very soon. May says, Mama, please, I want a yap. It says BRB. Burger retreats all his Pokemon and leaves Mudkip alone. Mudkip is unbeatable. Unbeatable? Wait till he turns into a Swampert and touches grass. Jane says, and in that game you have romance options. Like one of the options because you want to beat the game and that means you have to beat the game. With all of the life path romance options, where there's a gay option, does that make you gay? I don't really know, James. Nova says, not right now. Maybe in a while, okay? Kyler says, I'm talking to Kit soon. I gotta like tilt my head a little bit. Like, make sure I'm not missing a shiny. Burger says, Nova is busy, wrapped in her blanket like a shiny Metapod. Yeah, so thank you for writing us some poetry, Nova, while you're all comfy. Kyler says, Ariza, please, 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 please let me join you. Let the shiny hunt of all foxes together. Kitson says, my foxes. Jason says, I sprinkle salt on Mudkip. I'll just serve it with remoulade. Shiny says, choose the path that you want to choose. That was a good answer. Riley says, fox hype. Burger says, James, if you feel gay, I guess, it's just a game. I don't think playing a character makes you gay. I concur with Burger. Burger says, Nova, I feel you. I am wrapped up with the kids passed out on my bed. I love that burger. Kyler with the fox emojis. And now it's just all cute. And May says, Nick, I do like the 70 likes thing. I mean, I wouldn't mind hopping. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see good. Hopping in real quick and hopping off. I could do some voice impersonations. I shall leave it up to Nick as he's the ruler. But yeah, like I was saying, people really want to hear from you, May, and Nova, and Hopper, and Jay, and Worm, and Burger. And I find that really special. And the members only stream, like, that's where, like, you know, y'all take over the channel. Y'all do whatever y'all want. Talk about whatever you want. The beauty of a members only stream. I felt like if I started, like, just getting everyone, like, you know, even my friends, you know, just in the voice chat, like, now that I got it figured out, it would make the members only stream not as special. We wouldn't look forward to it as much. And for y'all that have never been a members only stream, just fair warning, it gets out of hand. I lose all control. Whatever happens, happens. And James says, oh no, I'm straight. Then choosing a character shouldn't give you any question there. Burger says, James, then go for it, be gay for the game, win that prize. Oh yeah, it's a video game. Kyler says, hey Kitson, can we join each other? Mill says, what is happening right now? Yeah, honestly, I got no idea. This thing's getting hot. Alright, we'll do a funny hat. Holy crap. I didn't realize how hot that thing got. Holy moly. I was really wanting to find the shiny like that, but it's not practical. Let's see. Burger says James is okay. We don't judge on this channel. Kitson says, Rise is sad now. Couldn't find any shiny Vulpixes before the outbreak ended. Nova said, I prefer to stay at members only. That'd be too overwhelming for me in any other scenario. I do like what we started, though. I do like what we started. And you're absolutely right. I think members only is a good place to, you know, let the other people take over. We hear from y'all. It's a good time for it. Otherwise, like, I really don't have any incentive, like, for y'all, like, I guess for people to become a member, like, other than, you know, making the members only stream really good. And if y'all want to pop in, like, you know, it's mods get, that's where I turn the keys over to the mods. Like, the mods want you in on the voice chat, you're going to get in on the voice chat. If they want to read your text or read your message, then they'll read it. If not, I probably won't read your message. The members only stream is pretty much the exact opposite of a typical Nick's Fire Game stream. With the exception of Shiny Hunting. And Jason says, can I join you, Ryza? William says, okay, I got you, May. I may not be too chatty, but feel free to rant. Riley says, Jay needs to do... Oh, yes. I think he was wanting a boys only stream. You know, or like do boys only, then bring in the girls, so it's not as chaotic. But, you know, it's going to be up to the mods, you know, what they want to do with it. Let's get the mods in the voice chat and just let her rip. And James says, if I recall correctly, we are allowed to cuss, right? Yeah, just don't be too crude with it and like go overboard with it. Kitson says, yes, Jason. Kyler says, yes, code is TBWSH. Kitson says, anyone can join? Like really, like on the last like members only stream, I made like this many decisions. I brought in Nova and May, and then you know, it's just like, hey, it's whatever y'all want to do. And so next, you know, we had Worm in the voice chat, Mills in the voice chat, Hopper, Burger. So I expect the next stream to get even more wild. I don't know how they plan on managing that, but who cares? It's members only. And let's see here. Burger says, James, if you cuss, you might be put in timeout. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can cuss on the channel. I mean, sometimes I cuss. I don't get vulgar with it. Mill says, After Dark vibes. Yes. May says, Okie, Novi, or Nova, if you need me or want to join, I'll be in the Discord. Nova says, okay, hon. Eaterball says, hey, homies. Hey, what's going on, Eaterball? Was the first in the stream today. So how are you doing, Eaterball? Thank you for being here. How was your weekend? Just so you know, we did finally catch the shiny Ho-Oh. Believe it or not, we actually got her done. So yeah, welcome in, Eaterball. Jason says, follow me. I have something to show you both. Riley says, hi, Eaterball. Kyler says, Phoebus. Burger says, can I say pee-pee, poo-poo, SpongeBob SquarePants? The pee-pee and the poo-poo part's okay, but the SpongeBob SquarePants, ugh. That's a permanent ban. I'm just kidding. Kyler says, I need the fish. I need the Phoebus. If I could do a fishing hunt, I'll tell y'all, I would have already done a shiny Phoebus hunt. I love that. Kitson says, I have a shiny Melodic. Oh, nice. I do have one in Pokemon Go, if that counts. Burger says, Duff, shiny Phoebus Phi. Burger says, copy that. No more yellow square. That's funny. There used to be this show on back when I was a kid, and it was called maybe The Chamber or something like that, and they would put you in a place like really hot, or they put you in a place like really cold, and then ask you questions, and they would either keep raising the heat or keep lowering the temperature. And then sometimes, like, they wouldn't even, like, yell mercy or whatever it was. They just couldn't handle it, and the doctor would pull them out. But one person, I don't know if he was in the hot chamber or if he was in the ice chamber. But, what did he say? It was like a multiple choice. It was like, what is the next part to this popular children's TV show? And this is around like 2002. I mean, SpongeBob had been out for a few years. I was very well aware of it. Because I was a kid, I watched it. And it said SpongeBob, and it gave a whole bunch of options. And he chose a SpongeBob Green Socks over a SpongeBob SquarePants. That's been 20-something years ago, and I still laugh about that. And Kyler says, I found the rarest fish in the game, and there's a mass outbreak of it. A Phoebus? Kitson says, what, Jason? Jason says, yep, Ariza. Kyler says, where are y'all? Jason says, the Rayquaza doesn't show up for you? The Rayquaza. It says, why did you change hats? Oh, they set a goal of like at, what was it? So many likes we change hat. I think at 60 likes I change hats. I had on that the little, I think it wasn't even a hat, but got hot, really hot. I couldn't see either. Kitson says, no, I already have it. It only shows for you. Kyler says, I don't have a require a treat. It says, no, from the red hat. It says, I set the goal. Oh. From the red hat. Just taking a break from it. I've wore it pretty much like every stream past 2 weeks. So, I've went like no hat recently. So as it gets hot, then I start sweating. And it says also drink water. Yeah, great idea. Great friggin' idea. Ugh. So yeah, this stream has actually been pretty chill compared to the last stream. Anyone that was here on the last stream was wild. James says, you missed my message. You're going to have to type it again, brother. There was, at no point under the 5 hours I streamed on the last stream, was there under 100 people in the lobby. At one point, there was over 200 people watching at one time on the last stream. So I was a little nervous. I was like, if that happens again, holy friggin' crap. So that's quite the jump. I mean, we've been kind of at the steady 40 to 50 kind of range, peaking at 60 or 70, kind of like we did tonight. That's been pretty standard, you know, of like, you know, where we've been kind of growing. But yeah, last stream was such a crazy jump. It was weird. It almost seemed like someone was like putting bot views on me, which, hey, if you are doing that, please, I know you think you're helping, but that's not the way to do it. Kitsu says, I already have all the legendaries. Kyler says, I want a Rayquaza. Riley says, last stream was a good time. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. It was a really, really cool experience. Just to finally break triple digits, like for concurrent viewers. Because, you know, pretty much past like a whole month or two, we've been at the steady of like 15 to 20 people. And then, you know, like I said, past like week or two, we've been at a steady 40 to 50 people the entire time. So that's why last stream, it was just so weird, just like in the first hour to pop up to 200 viewers. I was like, what the crap? Because I was expecting us to go back down, you know what I mean? I kind of thought this was kind of high, but I kind of did a little bit more research, and it said basically YouTube just tests my audience, or tested me to a new audience that may not engage as much, but they definitely watch. Because for 200 people watching, like the chat wasn't moving that fast. I mean, I kept up on the chat. And it says you should change the team on the bottom. Oh yeah, it is time. Kitsune says, I already have all the legendaries. Nice, nice Kitsune. Kyler says, I want Rayquaza. Riley says, last stream was a good time. It was. I really enjoyed it. Eaterball says, it seems like you're growing fast as hell, bro. Thank you, Eaterball. I'm very blessed, and I thank y'all just for helping build such a great community full of love and positivity. And that's why, like, a lot of people look forward to these streams. It's not really about the shiny Pokemon. It's about, you know, just being part of the community, the love and positivity, the support for thy neighbor. I love it. James says, can anyone tell me what this word means? Because I'm too lazy to look it up. Bueno. It means good in Spanish. Like buenas noches. That's good night in Spanish. And Pokejitsu says, hey, welcome in, Pokejitsu. How are you doing? How was your weekend? Thank you for being here. Let's see here. Kyler says, thanks for Barbecue Quest. And Riley says, hi, Pokejitsu. And again, how was your weekend, Pokejitsu? Thank you for being here. Pokejitsu says, had a wonderful weekend. Hopefully you did too. I definitely did myself. I went to a gender reveal party of my cousin's. It was a girl. And let's see, I worked a little bit this weekend. Had Saturday off, worked yesterday, had today off, but I won't have another day off till this Saturday. So, you know, I work tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. So I won't stream tomorrow night, but The next night I will, after I get off work. Hopefully it won't be too late. So yeah, it's good to hear, Pokejitsu. Good to hear. Whoops, didn't mean to nickname it. Ooh, do a little neck pop there. Well, while I'm caught up on chat, actually I might take a second to go use the restroom. I drink so much water on stream now, I gotta go pee. I gotta pee. Yeah, I've already killed 2 big bottles today. Friggin' summertime in Georgia. It's quite the entity. I'll be right back. Alright. Shady's back. Let's get this shiny, y'all. Well, it says, any shinies? Oh, wait. We did find a shiny, but I think you were here for that. You might be asking someone else. James says, so let me get this straight. Character said good. Looking forward to this. This is what he just said because he used the Spanish word for good. Kitson says, alright, bye, Kyler. Oh, thank you for being here, Kyler. Kitson says, Rylo, sadly, no. I'm still about the Vulpixies. Oh, gotcha. Pokejitsu said, over 200 OG us rating it, so we were deleting it less than a minute. Oh, nice. It says, don't embarrass me. James says, he keeps glancing over my message. I just got back. James says, who does, James? It says, James, what are you talking about, Willis? You always say, like, I skip over your message, but you've got to understand, like, chat moves fast around here. And you got to understand, I can't read your message if I'm in the restroom, brother. It says, I love the background music. Thank you, Iz. Thank you so much. Kinson says, Jason, can you see me? Riley says, me too, Kitsune. I think I have an extra shiny Vulpix. On Let's Go Eevee, if you're still looking for it, I saw your gorgeous Ninetales and Hisuian, Zoroark, and Paldea. James says, like, I get it, like, it might be too inappropriate for him to look at it. But like I said, he could ask as long as I'm not rude, but if I'm not trying to see if he finds it like I do. I'm sorry, that was hard to understand. Jason says, I'm still trying to catch Rayquaza still. Mill says, Dr. Pepper time. It's like the the halftime at the SEC Championship. They do the Dr. Pepper halftime throw. Kitson says, wow. Burger says, 44 more subscribers. I can't really see to that by October. Or I can really see it. Oh no, that'd be way too crazy. Way too crazy. Jason says, what game is it, James? James says, Cyberpunk 2027. Or 77. Jason says, nice. It says, oh my god, just got the shiny Kyurem in Pokemon Go. I do want to say one thing, James. Sometimes if I get a paragraph, because I do notice sometimes when you type, you'll type like a long paragraph. When the chat starts moving fast, I will absolutely skip those. So that might be what you're referring to. Like I keep skipping over your message. If the chat's moving fast and it's a whole paragraph, I mean, that's understandable. Yeah. I don't mean to hurt your feelings or anything if I skip over your chat. And you will notice sometimes, like, I will purposely skip over some people's chat. If they're just like, if they're just being negative. If they're like, oh, I'm so bored, like, I'll probably skip over your chats. Because that's boring to me to read that. So I don't ever mean to feel like I don't want your feelings to get hurt if you feel like I'm skipping over your paragraph. And let's see here. Riley says, yo, hell yeah, dude. Pokejitsu says, that's awesome, Midnock. Tomorrow is the blast day to rate it. Riley says, oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry if you've been long-winded before. Burger says, hey, Nick, you will be on top, bro. Your channel will grow hugely, and having Nova J Hopper Worm will help you monitor, and huge success will come. Thank you, Burger. That's the positivity that we look for in this stream. That's the kind of comments I want to read. That right there. Just anything positive. And showing support for one another. Not just me, but the other people in the chat. Like a lot of y'all do. Because it's frustrating to me when I read, negativity in the chat. It's just like, What are you doing here? You don't fit in here if you're a negative person. It says Charmander in 3, 2, 1. Kitson says, Jason, have you caught it yet? Whoops, I didn't even choose the Charmander. Jason says, it took me 30 Kyurem to get my shiny and go. Jason said, yep. It says now. It was close. It was close, It was really close. Burger says, the world has enough negativity. I come to escape and not feel worried or anxious. I love this channel. Thank you, Burger. We love you, Burger. For real, man. It means a lot, your kind words. They have a lot of impact, not just for me, but other people in the stream that you show so much support for. And truly, man, it's amazing. Jason says, I mean, not yet. I didn't fully read the message before responding. I've been trying to make a habit of, like, sometimes, like I was saying earlier, if it's a paragraph, I might just, like, purposely skip it. But sometimes, when the chat's moving fast, I'll only read, like, half a message, and then I'll respond to it. So I completely understand that, Jason. Nova says, oh, Burger. Roller says, are you going to make it Kyurem Black or Kyurem White, Jason? And Oriello says, I'm back. Welcome back, Oriello. Jason says, I don't have enough energy for either, Iola. Pokejitsu says, yikes, Jason. I have decent luck with the weekly raids. I got 3 of them, but I cannot get my hundos. It says, oh my god, I just got a wild Shundo Fletchling. Nice, in Pokemon Go. That's a good one. Any shiny is a good one. Riley says, welcome back, Oriello. Yes, thank you for coming back. We're getting a shiny, y'all. Another one. And Riley says, hell yeah, is. So yeah, this is the hunt that we did for the members only stream. 5 hours of no Charmander. But the next hunt, we will be shiny hunted for Lugia. I need to go ahead and get that set up whenever I end stream tonight. I'll probably just go ahead and make a thumbnail for it and, you know, get the game to that spot. Cannot believe I used all those freaking timer balls. That's crazy. To no avail either. It says, bruh, I'm gonna buy a lottery ticket. Riley says, what a hype. Yes, I love finding a shiny in Pokemon Go. Or anywhere. Jason says, of course I got a second one, maybe 5 raids later. Oh, Jason. By the way, brother, you know, we're friends on Pokemon Go, right? The last gift you sent me, you sent from Sunset Beach, North Carolina. Bro, I used to live in Charlotte, and I worked at Sharky's on Sunset Beach, North Carolina. Right after high school, I moved out there. So that was crazy. Yeah, you sent me that gift, and I was like, Sunset Beach, North Carolina? I used to work there. So I was like, yo, that's crazy. Crazy small world. Hopper, what's going on, brother? What it do, what it do? Hope you're having a great night, Hopper. Is with the worm emoji. Yes, we have already done the worm. Worm, worm, worm. Well, worm is the word. I guess if we hit 80 likes, I'll do the worm again. And it says, yo, anyone want to add me on Pokemon Go? It says my code is 0151338444937. Kitson says, Jason, want to battle in a second? Oh, it's about to go down. And Riley says, W, North Carolina. I was around there a few times. 2013, I was running on Myrtle Beach. Yo, I was in Myrtle Beach in that time frame too. Because that was the time frame I lived like just north of there. Like when I was talking about Sunset Beach, you know, all that. Which, you know, Myrtle Beach is actually South Carolina. But you go up about 30, 45 minutes, you'll hit the North Carolina line. And then that's where you hit Charlotte. It's like one of the first towns you hit when you hit North Carolina. And that's where I lived at. But yeah, I definitely spent a lot of time in Myrtle Beach. Riley says, Hopper. What's going on? What's going on? Jason says, well, it struggled to death. That's almost what happened to the Ho-Oh earlier. Kitson says, it responds later. Jason says, sure, Riza. Legendary or no legendary? I'm trying to think of the last shiny I caught in Pokemon Go. I have no idea. They've been stingy with the shinies lately in Pokemon Go. For me, anyway. Kitson says, I have a team ready. You can use legendary, but I'm testing a normal team. Oh, nice. And it says, W's in. Thank you for the friends request. Jason says, how long does it usually take? Do I teleport away or come back? Or Pokejitsu says, Jason, I just sent you a friends request from Zang and sent you a gift back. Heck yeah. Kitson says it responds every day, so reset the clock. Riley says, yeah, I had a girlfriend in the Navy whose mom lived in Columbia, South Carolina. And we'd trick through North Carolina on our way up and down the Carolinas. Oh, nice. Yeah, I know where Columbia, South Carolina is. It's home of the University of South Carolina Gamecocks. Georgia Bulldogs. They haven't traveled out there in a while. Typically, my whole life, you played South Carolina every year, second week of the season, right? Not as of lately. They've added Texas and Oklahoma to the SEC, so Georgia doesn't play there as much. And let's see. Pokejitsu says I caught 2 shinies today, but caught over 400 Pokemon for him. Dang. Yeah, you put in some grind for that. Kitson says I can't wait to work in a BSL 4 lab at the CDC and find a cure for Ebola. Oh, I believe in you, Kitsun. I believe in you hardcore. If anyone can do it, it's you. I mean that. Jason says single or double, Ariza. Riley says Kitsun, I hope you do. And Kitsun says single battle. Riley says we need a cure for Ebola. There's a lot of nasty stuff out there, and the CDC is definitely our best defense. AKA Kitsun. And Kitsun said level 50 Mons. Alright. May the best trainer win. And it says Slug. Burger says Kitsun, if you ever become a whistleblower, hit me up. I have acres and build a bunker in any map in my home. Oh, that is awesome, Burger. Yo. You know how handy that can come in a time of an apocalypse? Because you never know when the apocalypse is going to hit. Let's just be honest. You just better be ready. And Fun Gamble says hi. Welcome in, Fun Gamble. Hope you're having a great night. It says 4 likes away. Well, this says hi, Fun Gamble. Kitson says, uh-oh, Jason. Oh, why uh-oh? Why the uh-oh? But again, welcome in Fun Gamble. It is fun to gamble. And Burger says, my family laughed when I built it. My wife and kids love it, but I'm not a conspiracy nut. I'm just prepared. There you go. Failure to plan is planning to fail. So, you've got the plan. Burger's a man with a plan, y'all. Riley says, I think Jason and Kitsune are battling Nick. May the best trainer win. I'm not too great at battling in Pokemon, but in Pokemon Go it is, but I can get down with it. We're not afraid. And Jockstrap says, we in this. Yo, what's going on, Jockstraps? How you doing, brother? How was your weekend? Glad you popping in, man. Good to see you. I know you popped in on the last stream. You're like, bro, what is happening? Y'all, please welcome in Jockstraps. Thank you, Raul. What's up, Jockstraps? That is my brother from another mother. I mean, that boy's been in the trenches. So yeah, what is going on, homie? I know you popped in the last stream, and dude, last stream was an anomaly. Like we've been breaking records, you know, going up, but last stream it was like, holy crap. Y'all know, pretty much past like entire month or two, 60 watch hours from a stream. It's been pretty consistent. And then, you know, we had a stream last week that hit 120 watch hours. Then we had a stream that hit 180 watch hours. Then we hit a stream that got back 220 watch hours. And then the last stream, you know, with 200 people watching, never under 100 people, it gave me over 700 watch hours. It's like, hell, you only need 3,000 to get monetized. Like, we're well over past that. I think we're over 4,000 watch hours total. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy growth here. And, Riola says, Nick, have you tried Champions at all? I have not. I have not, Riola. I hear Jay's really good at it, though. Jay puts the Champions in Pokemon Champions. Kitson says, no way, my Grassmon beat your Firemon. Wow. Just says, I'm as surprised as you are. Jockstrap says, amen, we doing things, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Doing it big. Yeah, dude. Appreciate you being here and always showing your support, brother. Hope we can hang out again sometime. I've had Wednesdays and Saturdays off, but this week it was Monday and Saturday. So my next day off won't be till Saturday. Riley says, humble Kitsune. Jockstrap says, we're going to have some Nick Fire merch soon. It is an idea. You know, I'm not sure if you ever got one, brother. You know, when I first made the channel, like, it was probably dumb to, like, do it so soon and early. But, you know, it's just, like, kind of a gift to, like, the people, like, at work that, like, subscribe to me and stuff like that. I made, like, 12 lanyards. And it said Nick's Fire Games on it. And I've got one left, so if you didn't get one, Jockstraps, let me know. Yeah, Nick's Fire. Actually, I can't even see the OBS. The old logo. But yeah, I had a bunch of those. I gave them out to like a bunch of kids. Bunch of people I work with. So yeah, down the road, we'll definitely get back into that. James says, that's 4 times now. He has glanced over it. What are you talking about? It wasn't even a paragraph this time. What are you talking about? Where? What? James, can anyone confirm what was the last thing James said? James, you're being really too negative right now for me, brother. I hope you really understand that. Which I hate to do. I hate to take time out of shiny hunting to go back and read. I don't see what you said. So, brother, I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to have to time you out for 24 hours. Just so I know I ain't got to deal with that for the rest of the stream. I really hate to do that, man, but I've gave you every chance to just kind of like be considerate. But yeah. Burger says James needs a timeout. Yeah, I gave him 24 hours. Just so I ain't got to deal with that for the rest of the stream. Like, you don't listen to what I say when I say this is a stream for positivity and not negativity. And every time you're like, you keep skipping over my chat. Like, bro. Like, how many chats am I reading here? Like, jeez. It says we hit 1K likes. There ain't no way we hit 1K likes. Well, if we did, I'll break the monitor. Riley says, I don't see a chat from James. Yeah, I know. I don't know what his problem is. Because he didn't even send a chat. He just sent one that said, he's skipping over my messages this time. Like, all right, now you're just trying to be funny or something. I don't know what his problem is today. And, Burger says, James, if you're not saying appropriate things to YouTube, it will block it and Nick won't see it. Oh, well, that's probably your problem then, James. You're probably saying inappropriate stuff. Because, yeah, we all just went and looked, and there was no comment anywhere close. Riley says, Nick, do you have a live chat set up by chance? Let's see here. Maybe not. Okay, I got live now. Okay, yeah, now I'm on live chat. Huh. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. Jocktrap says, hey, troll. No, see, James is like, I wouldn't say James is a troll. He's just, I think he's just young. Actually, I know he is. Yeah. There's that. Yeah, it says the comments get deleted when they're timed out. It says sometimes top chats skip things. You're right, they do. I noticed that one time. Someone new popped in. And, everyone saw their chat, but I couldn't see it. And they're like, Nick, you're not seeing this guy? He was being really nice, and there was no reason to time him out. It was just, I couldn't see him. I don't know what that was for. It says, it said you look like a... And Burger says, Nova, YouTube has been blocking things against the community if they're inappropriate. That's good. That's good. So us and the mods don't have to worry about it. Kitson says, oh wow, I hit one that Muradin. Oh nice, nice. Riley says, I think it was Jackson. And Bob says hi. Welcome in, Bob. How are you doing? Riley says, Jackson, Hopper, and Jay are cool dudes. Oh, they really are. Oh, the mods on this channel are amazing. Nova says, gotcha, Burger. Kitson says, good game, Jason. Bob says, my older brother said you would like it. I might. Whatever it might be. Riley says, hi, Bob. Jason says, oh, thought the Terra would save it. Burger says, Bob, what's up? Kitson says, like my competitive team. Nova says, my mom says hi. Oh. Hello. Hello, Mother's Nova. Or, Nova's mother. How are you doing? Thank you for telling me hi. Hope you're having a great night. Riley says, hi, Nova's mom. Burger says, hi, Nova's mom. Heard the good news of you catching more shinies. And Bob said, not much. Kitson says, I have an all-rounder team. You put up a heck of a fight. Good game once again, Jason. And it says Mother May. I think Mother May left us for the Discord. And let's see here. Kitson says, I didn't even use my ace Oh. Nova says she got a migraine right now, so I'm trying to help her. Aw, that's so sweet of you, Nova. Riley says, oh, Nova, is that your mom that got the shiny in Pokemon Go? Burger says, hey, migraine means screen break time. Nova says, yep. And Kirsten says, I need to test that one if you'd like to go again, Jason. Alright, y'all, we're about to find the shiny Charmander very, very soon. Nova says, BRB, getting a few things for her. Oh, take your time, Nova, please, please, take your time. Riley says, good game, Nova's mom. Kitson says, let me go out one more item real quick. Raul says, yo, Nick, hope you get it, man. Yeah, thank you, Raul. Thank you. We will get it. With enough persistence and dedication, we can make it happen. Better get cozy here. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Bob says, so my older brother got timed out. From what I hear, I see why he likes this channel. All good vibes. Oh, well, I'm sorry I had to time out your brother. It's just all positive vibes, you know. I think I made him upset by maybe skipping over. We did kind of figure out that I didn't have my live chat on. I had my top chat. So he could have been under something in that category, and I just wasn't seeing it, and that's why I was skipping over it. So I do have on live chat now. But yeah, he just kept bringing up that I was skipping over his chat, like, constantly. And then it's like the last time he was like, he got really upset about it. And then we all looked, and there was no chat anywhere close, anywhere near. And then one time he was like, you're skipping over my chat again. And it's like, I just got back from the bathroom. Like, there's no way I could have seen it. So it's like, are you even watching this? How do you have just the chat pulled up? So yeah, I don't know. So I had to time him out, which I never time people out. I typically just block them from the channel. So yeah, I put him in a 24-hour timeout. That was probably pretty extensive, but I've asked and asked for him to stop. So if I ask you to do something over and over, I typically will block you from the channel. And Kitson says, let me go get one more item. Okay, sorry, I read all this. Where we get to? Hopper says, Ryo, are you playing Among Us tomorrow? Burger says, Hopper, how's the night, brother? And Riley says, is James your brother? I don't think he understood what Nick was saying about the repetitive read my chats. Yeah, like, you just gotta understand, like, that's too much. Riley says, hell yeah, I'm Hopper. And it says, can we spam worm? Please, yes. Y'all, the next 60 seconds, spam worm in the chat. Just spam it. And I'm going to read as much as fast as I can. Yes, I'm his youngest brother, and he says no, he's not upset. He's here with me. Okay, good, good. Let him know that I do the best I can. If I miss it, and who knows, it could have been because I didn't have a live chat, top chat. All right, here we go. Riley says, W Dr. Peppers. Riley says worm. Riley says worm. It says worm. Riley says worm. It says worm. It says worm. Riley says worm. It says worm. Riley says worm. It says worm. Riley says worm. Work, actually. It says worm. Riley says worm. It says worm. Riley says worm. Is worm emoji. Nova says, back. Riley says worm. Kitchen says worm. Nova says worm. Riley says worm. Kitchen says worm. Riley says worm. It says worm. Hopper says, I'm nervous. I haven't played. I need to practice tomorrow. Worm. Okay. We can wait. We can lay off the worm. You know what, y'all? Y'all, the worm worked. Y'all, the worm worked. Holy crap. Y'all, the worm freaking worked. I said we can lay off the worm, and it freaking worked. Let's go. Y'all, hype it up. Jockstrap says, LOL. Yes, y'all, we finally got the shiny. Yo, let's freaking go, y'all. Let's freaking go. Yes, I will fix it up so we can see it better. And pull up the OBS. Yo, look at this little stinker. Lax-natured? Yo. Alright, so, let's make a poll. Can I do that? I've got a weird setup today. Oh, it looks like I can. Alright. Sam says, congrats on Shiny Charmander. Hey, thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Bob says, James doesn't blame you for the technical issue. It may not have been a technical issue. Sometimes I could just miss your chat, but when you're like constantly like saying I'm missing your chat, yeah, that's gonna be timed out. Timed out. And it says Trent. Have we not named a shiny Trent yet? Let's say start a poll. Alright. Who do we name the shiny after? Nick says, it says, Nick, why do my ideas keep bringing shiny or people? I don't know, but I love it. I absolutely love it. Who do we name the shiny after? Alright, so we're going to go with Triton. After, I think it could have been, oh yeah, it was James. Because Bob says Triton for my dog who died yesterday. Then you know what? We'll go with Triton. You know, I said earlier we'd just put it in a poll and vote for it, but you know what? We love dogs. Let's name it Triton, y'all. Screw it. Let's name it Triton. Wait. Well, we've already skipped the process for it. Watch this. It says a loser. Wait, Fred, let's check out our Pokemon. And if you are wondering what's happened, I skipped the nickname process to make this hunt fast to find the shiny. So I've got to get to a certain place in the game to actually name it. So I'm gonna have to just write it down so I don't forget. So yeah, I'm gonna name it Triton. Nitro says, I'm bored, so I want to pop in here. Yo, thank you, Nitro. We've already found a shiny Ho-Oh tonight and caught it finally. Found a shiny Charmander. So yo, we are popping with it. Says Fred, you've never had a Pokemon battle before, have you? A Pokemon battle is when trainers pit their Pokemon against each other. The trainer makes the other Alright, you know what? We know what to do here. Triton cannot lose the first battle. Whew, this is close. And May, welcome back. Nice. It got close there. Defeated rival, a loser. They asked what his name was. I said, a loser. Oak said, excellent. If you win, you earn prize money. Bet. Let's see here. Let's hit the save option. And Hari says, hello everyone. Welcome in, Hari. How are you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. How have you been doing? How have your streams been going, Hari? Marlu says, hey, Hari. Kitson says, an eye for an eye, Jason. And just to show you what we've just found, shiny Charmander. We finally got it. Sorry, I muted the mic. I'm about to go get another water. I'll be right back. Shady's back. May says, Nick, are we going to go for a hat trick? You know, honestly, let me see what I have set up and ready for us. Because quite frankly, I don't know if I do. Because we've been working on these same two hunts the whole past week. The Ho-Oh hunt and then the Charmander hunt we started on the members only stream. So let me see, let me just take a quick gander at what we ain't got pulled up here. What the do we got? What in the world? Alright, so nothing on Fire Red is set up and ready to go for us. I mean, I could always get something set up and ready. It would just take like 15 minutes. I don't know if we want to do that. Let me see what I got in Pokemon Ruby. So we got something set up and ready. Wait, what is that? You know what? I think I do got something. Holy crap, y'all. I actually might have something. Let's see here. Let's see. Desktop. Ruby. Alright. I can't believe I had another hunt set up and ready for us. File. Alright, we're already halfway done getting them pulled up. Not taking too long here. Oh, later on. Number 4. Let's see here. Number 5. Now it's number 6. File later on. Alright. Pause that down for a second. Bring this up. Perfect. Number 2. We'll say 48. We're going to 6. Number 3. We'll say 49. Number 4, we'll say 51. Number 5, we'll say 53. And the last one, number 6, we'll say 52. Perfect. Alright. We are ready. It says, remember when you got 2 shiny Ray Ray? Whoops. I think I do. Let's see here. So yes, we are in the Safari Zone. And this is redemption for the Giraffe Rig. Oh, let's get him in the grass. There's a Giraffe Rig. So, just to catch y'all up, we did find a shiny Giraffe Rig, and we lost it, because this is a Safari Zone hunt. I have not given up on it. As y'all see, I've not deleted. May says, remind me to never touch a flamethrower again. That's hilarious. It says, yeah, one stream he was shiny hunter Ray Ray and 2 popped up at the same time. Oh yeah, that's cause my my setup was screwed, and that's in Pokemon Ruby. When you encounter something at the same time, for whatever reason, this emulator, it acts like it's Pokemon Emerald, and it goes back to the same frame rate. So yeah, even though I'm saved like minutes apart, it was weird. It was really weird. Kyler says, hey May, I was watching YouTube. There's a video about Dawn. Jason says, you did good, Ariza. May says, Riley says, dropped a redemption. Yes, this is redemption, y'all. Kitson says he's too slow. Kyler says, I like when you run out of toilet paper, Piplup uses hydro pump. That's hilarious, Kyler. May says, oof. Bob says, is it okay if I just had my phone to James and go to bed? That'd be fine. Kyler says, what implies never mind? I'm not going to say it. It says, what's the team looking like? You know, I would like to pull up my team here. Well, I can't even tell. But it's Safari Zone, so we won't even really use the team here. If you are referring to this one. May says, Uncle Nick, I'm still mad. Mad about what, May? About us eating mudkips? Nitro says, the UCN Nike. Someone left a review the other day at the restaurant I work at. That said, Nike was a great server who was very knowledgeable about the menu and helped us a lot. I was like, Nike? Who's Nike? I guess they just need to keep doing it. Just do it. I know they were talking about me, but it was just funny. Nike was a great server. We all laughed about it at work. Burger says, I love eating shiny fried mudkips. Yeah, the strawberry ones are the best. And Kylie says, oh, I love Safari Zone Hunt. I know you like doing polls, but I really like to be named after an oddish. I did make an exception for that last Charmander. I don't like to make exceptions because then, you know, people, you know, want to be, they want to call something, and it's just, I can't make everyone happy. But yes, absolutely, we'll do a poll for you. Let's figure out what it is first, though. May says, I just got back. Riley says, W serving Nike. I know, right? Worm says, W Nick, W Worm. Worm, W is for worm. Kyler says, let's play. Nova says, oh, Safari Hunt now? Yes. Thank you for still being here, Nova. Worm says, drink water, Nick. Thank you, thank you. Jason says if you use, I can't even say it, Archelodon, in doubles, try pairing it with a rain starting with Pokemon Arizo. May says Mama. Nova says yes. Burger says Safari Hunt W. Kitsune. I have Gudra with it in doubles. It says Mama. I'm a criminal. Bob says, so what did I miss? Kitsune. Excuse me. Jason says Rayquaza, respond. May says, remember what you said earlier? Oh, why did I just reset there? We're in the Safari Zone. I don't need a soft reset. There we go. I don't, May. Did it have to do with eating mudkips? And Kyler says that Bob says my brother let me borrow his phone. He went to bed, Nick. It was okay according to my younger brother. Oh, cool. Kyler says, did you evolve the shiny Zubat and the Crobat? Because I don't know how Zubat shiny puke green. I do like the color of the Crobat. It says, how did my spot get taken, bro? Yo! We've already found a shiny. Y'all, we've got the shiny hat trick. And Kyler, you got it, brother. Hey, let's catch this. Y'all, what the hell happened? What the hell just happened? Y'all hype it up. We just found a shiny. It says what? Rose says what? Hari says W. Worm says no way. Y'all, yes. Spam the W's. Holy freaking crap. Kyler called it, y'all. So, like, yeah, the fact that Kyler just called it, I've got to give that to Kyler. Even though we've already named a Pokemon after Kyler, really asked for this oddish. The Diddy says, you got a shiny. Maybe. This is Safari Zone, y'all. If y'all thought me losing those shiny Ho-Ohs was something, I mean, this is, like, really... Jockstrap. I think Jockstrap's been here for 2 shinies already. Yes. Hopper says, yes, W hat trick. This is the 3rd shiny of the stream, y'all. We found the shiny Ho-Oh, we found the shiny Charmander, and now a shiny Oddish. So yes, in pretty much like 8 minutes. So, wow, that was quick. So what do, y'all? Do I just throw a ball? Give me some suggestions in chat. And Nitro says, okay, good night, chat. Oh, awesome. Have a good night, Nitro. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you got to see the shiny as well. Diddy said, the Diddy says, I'm going for a shiny fossil Z8. Oh, nice. I hear Fossil Week is September, so I'm probably going to do a Kabuto hunt to start that thing off with. Probably Aerodactyl hunt maybe after that. So, Kyler says, throw an Ultra Ball. And it's Safari Zone. Can't do that. It says you should run. Okay. We'll run first. I'm just kidding. Burger says Pokeblock. I wonder if I have any Pokeblocks. Oh, yeah, I do. I got a bunch. Let's see. Let's give it a blue one. I don't know. Watching carefully. Oh, that was a risk. That was a risk. Hopper says just throw some balls. That's what I'm thinking. It says go near. Oh, it's watching. Oh, okay. So we've thrown a block. We've gone near, and it still hasn't ran away. Let's throw this ball, y'all. Boom. Kyler says, name it Kyler, not my YouTube name. Okay. Because, yeah, the last time we named it, Kyler Plays. So, just Kyler. Yeah, Kyler called that one, y'all. We'll hit okay. Let me save on this game here. Oh, I can't save in this, the Safari Zone. It's okay, though. Alright. Can we find a record 4 shinies, 1 stream? And let's see. Let me get caught up here. Kitson says Kyler wants to battle real quick. Noah says, oh my god. Worm says, Nick, read its Pokédex entry. Okay. I think I've already caught a shiny one before. So that's why it didn't pop up automatically. But yeah, we can go to that. It is tradition. I find the shiny, I read the Pokédex. Oddish, the weed Pokemon. During the daytime, Oddish buries itself in soil to absorb nutrients from the ground using its entire body. The more fertile the soil, the glossier its leaves become. So actually, let me take this dude. And I'm going to save on that save file there just so we don't lose that shiny. Here we go. Come back out there. Now we're in the grass. Riley says, dang, I can't believe this. I witnessed a hat trick. They're few and far between, but yes, tonight, y'all, we did a shiny hat trick. Found and caught 3 shinies. One being a friggin' Safari Zone catch. One being a legendary, severely underleveled team. And the coveted Charmander. Some big W's, y'all. Big W's. Ahmed said, you got Ho-Oh? Good game. Yes, we got Ahmed. We got Ho-Oh, Charmander, and Shiny Oddish so far. We're looking for our 4th one. And it's early in the night, y'all. Kitson says, Kyler, I'm ready for single battles. Kitson says, us. Also, let me guess, you only have legendaries. Kyler says, no double, and no. Kitson says the one is set for singles, then we'll do doubles. Worm says W, Nick. Worm says we got 4 shinies in the bag. Oh yes, we're gonna get 4. We're gonna get 4 shinies tonight. We've already got 3. Kyler says, okay, the code is 23656. Believe it or not, I have found a shiny Natu before. That only because another Natu popped up next to it, and I was just like, oh my god. You could barely tell a difference. Diddy says, I'll tell you if I get my shiny fossil. Okay, nice, Diddy. Awesome, I love that. Oh, which fossil are you going for again? I'm going for Kabuto. And then probably Aerodactyl. And Hopper said, Ahmed, hello. It says name poll for 4th. Okay, yes. We got to do a poll now. We got to do a poll. So I'm just going to kind of see here. I see a Diddy. Oh my god. If I put Diddy in there, it's going to get voted. Ahmed. You can throw Ahmed in there. Spencer. We can throw Spencer in there, right? Spencer says, I missed the char. It's alright though. We're going to find another one. Worm says Worm Jr. What do we name the next shiny? Let's just name it anything. So what I said, Ahmed. Let's see. We got Trent. We got Worm Jr. And let's see what else. Burger says Diddy. Okay, we're doing it, y'all. Diddy. Oh my god, it's probably gonna get voted. No, it says Danny's Hopper's nephew. That's awesome. I should have done Danny then. Dang it. The Diddy says, me, that is me. And let's see. It says, Trent, please, Dad Nick. Worm says, Trent is in, chill. I have seen Trent a lot. So I was like, alright, we'll throw in Trent. We'll throw in Trent. We're going to make it happen. I promise. With a will, there's a way. Kyler says, hello, did someone lose their protect? It says, no! What, we put in Trent? Miller says, Diddy, LOL. I know, right? Achmed said, no party hits like a Diddy party. Hey, Cat Williams tried to warn us. He said, when Diddy wants to party, you've got to tell him no. Just not play it like that. Just not play it like that, you know. And it says, why not Trent, bro? It could get voted. Burger says Diddy. I got a feeling a lot of y'all are voting Diddy. Diddy would be a really funny one for Wobbuffet. I don't know why. I just saw Wobbuffet and I was like, oh man, you're about to become a Diddy. Kyla says, I think you might have a move for you. Kissing says, to be fair, hacked mods aren't fair to fight. It says, oh, Trent is in. It is. Yes. Bob says, you forgot to name the Charmander. No, I didn't forget, Bob. You can't. If you were watching closely, you would see that we skipped that part because you would have to name it beforehand. And you know, that would just take way too much time. So, like I said earlier, when we get to that point in the game to nickname the Pokemon, that's what we're going to nickname it. Diddy says I voted my name, and I'm glad you did. It was a great name. It's just funny. It's just funny. Kyler says most of them are like, I just like them because they have a nice shiny. You know, to us shiny hunters, finding a shiny that is only a little bit different is even more coveted because that means you actually seen it and found it and knew it. Burger says Cat Williams was on point. Pimp down, pimp down, pimp down. I'm sorry someone came in here and ate all your cereal. It was one of them damn insurgents. I tell you, I don't even know. I don't even know, player. And he said, get real high and go to the club and just make up your own dance. And Diddy says, my real name is Tanner. Oh, awesome. It says, end it now. Ahmed says, Diddy versus Epstein was the biggest Xbox team. Oh, that's hilarious. Penguin says, almost 70 viewers. Let's go. Yeah, on the last stream, we no point was there under 100 people. And at one point, over 200 people were watching at one time. It was pretty freaking crazy. And Kyler says, dang it. I'm going to use belly drum. Burger says, 6-7 viewers, 67 likes. No way. Y'all did that on purpose. 67 viewers, 6-7. You know. It says, oh my god, shiny Pikachu. Bob says, oh, thank you for letting me know that. But it's actually James, remember, Bob went to bed. That's right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, once I get in a roll, it's going to be really hard to... like, you can ask Kyler, whose name is Caden, that Caden Duff that pops up. They told me their name is Kyler, but I called them Caden probably 20 times, maybe 30 before I finally realized. I was like, this is Kyler. So you're gonna have to apologize. I'm gonna have to apologize in advance on that one. And you're just gonna have to excuse me. And Bob says we both would like it to be Charizard. Charizard, hey, that Charmander was a good one. That Charmander was a good one for Triton. Kitchen says, honestly, where's the fun in hacked shiny mons? There's no reward, no training, no nothing. No nothing. Ahmed said, some shinies are uglier than the usual Pokemon. They are. I would agree with that. Like Golduck, for example. Like, what is the purpose here? We should have just left it the way it is. A shiny Golduck or shiny Psyduck. Golduck, hideous. Psyduck, peak. May says, I'm lurking. I love that, May. You might witness our first ever four-peat. I mean, what do we even call that? 3 shinies is a hat trick. But we're about to find our 4th shiny of the stream. Let's see. Burger says, James is Bob. Ah! So yeah, I'm going to try and call you James. Kyler says, yes, this is my main team. Kyler says, I really love Double Battle. And see, I almost did it there. James said, no, my younger brother is Bob. I'm just using his phone. It says, no, he passed up a shiny Pika. Oh, I hope I didn't pass a shiny Pikachu. That'd be crazy, because yeah, I definitely would have. And the Natu, that's going to be really hard to notice too. I love this. 6-7. Yeah, so my streamer hunt's been a little set up differently today. Y'all know I try to be engaging with the chat, and like, you know, read as many messages as I can. Well, typically, like most streams, like every stream, I only see like 6 or 7 messages, and then they're gone. This stream, I did my setup a little differently, but I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 12 chats before they disappear on me. But even then, it's like sometimes, I mean, it's good problems to have. It just goes so fast. Ain't no way I'm going to be able to read them all out loud. But I will try. Diddy says, how is Diddy and Worm winning, Worm Jr. winning? Because people know the culture. I like it. Kyler says, I've always never understood why water types can have, like, flamethrower. Jason says, Worm and Diddy are still tied. Riley says, home run? James says, Charizard is a goat, and also Bob is my twin brother. I'm older by 4 minutes. Oh, nice. That is awesome. Twins runs in my family as well. Oreo says 6-7 likes, you know. 6-7. Ahmed says, I don't want a Pokemon to get my name because I want to be forgotten after my death or a farming 7-day, 24-hour. And Neo King says, Nick, what's going on, Neo King? How you doing? Thank you for being here. How's your weekend? Or how was your weekend? And how was your Monday as well? So thank you for being here. We have already found a shiny Ho-Oh, a shiny Charmander, and a shiny Oddish here, but we haven't left the Safari Zone. We're looking for that Girafarig. Kitson says, I hate hack teams. There's no beating them. Oreo says, we can name the shiny anything but Diddy. I knew as soon as I put it in there, I was like, it's going to be Diddy. It would be really cool if it's Wobbuffet. I don't know why. It just looks like a Diddy. Just look at him there. Looks guilty. May says, alright, I'm going to go to sleep. Been up all night. Can Kyan take over? Or Kian? Yes, absolutely. If he would like to. Diddy says, it's a tie again. Ooh, close race we got going on. Kyler says, I went by like 22 HP. Kyler says, listen, you almost killed me anyways. It wasn't for that block. I would have died. Oreo says, Diddy, I didn't know someone had the handle Diddy here. I thought we were just making a joke. I'm sorry, I've been offline. Oh, you're good. Yeah, we try to like name him after people. And I was just like, oh, thank you for being here, Diddy. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. Your name's going to win if I put it in the poll. I already know. No matter if we do the Diddy, that might make it even worse. So that's just hilarious. Nova says, I'm back. And again, I hope you have a great night, May. Thank you for being here. Riley says, good night, May. Oh, crap. I did a soft reset. Riley says, home run for 4 shinies in a row. Oh, a home run. I get you. I get you. That's what we call it. Thank you for that, Raul. Whoops. Let me actually fix this. I didn't hop on my bike. There we go. And let's see here. Riley says, hi, Nidoking. Diddy says, Worm is winning. Neo says, I'm Neo. What about the next hunt name pool? Can I be called King or Neo? Whichever one you like. And James says, the picture that I have on my profile is me and Bob. James says, the James channel, not my younger brother. Neo says, hello, Riola. Diddy says, guys, do not let Worm win. Kyler says, let's do double battle. And Pixel Pro, what's going on? Yo, whenever Pixel Pro pops in, we typically find a shiny. Like I said earlier, like this was like the 5th time that they'd see me get a shiny when they popped in earlier. So, yeah, we got the shiny Ho-Oh tonight, and a shiny Charmander, and a shiny Oddish. We've already done our hat trick. We're going for a home run. We're trying to get all 4 bases. Ahmed said, for me, it's the more expensive the lawyer is, the more probability you have to hide. Let's see. Nothing here. Riley says, hey, Pixel. Kyler says, I changed my team. Oriela says, I voted for Worm out of principle. And Neo sent a gift. Yo, thank you for that. Thank you so much. Kyler says, but there's a downside to it. You'll see. Kyler says, people who voted for Worm Jr. hearts. The Diddy says, let Diddy win. Didn't win the court case. See if he wins this poll. That's funny. Oh, and thank you again, Neo. Thank you for the jewels. Pixel says, oh, it happened 5 times when I came in. Hey, could happen 5 more. We just gotta get lucky 1 time here. We've already found a shiny here. When we got set up for our 3rd hunt of the night here in the Safari Zone, we found that shiny in like 8 minutes. Again, Neo, thank you so much for the donations. Thank you so much. I appreciate the jewels. And another one. Thank you so much. And another one. Yo, Neo up in here making it rain, y'all. Alright, this is Diddy. I'm not sure if you know, we have a worm community. Practically a mascot, yes. And Neo, yo, thank you so much. For real. Burger says, Diddy loses the court. LOL, Nick. It lost court. I don't know if he's going to lose this poll. Kitsing says, really, Kyler? All legendaries, what the heck do I do against that? Again, Neo, thank you so much for the jewels. Kyler says, dude, you are so generous. And Diddy says, I want to win. Kyler says, W, Neo. Riley says, for real, Liz. And Neo sent that hundo. And James says, at this rate, we just call it Grand Slam. I like the home run idea. Grand Slam home run. Bases loaded. Boom. And Riley says, W, Neo. Kyler says, WWW. Ahmed says, here comes the money. Neo says, I am done. Again, I appreciate it. You just made it rain up in there, Neo. So thank you so much for that. Kyler says, shiny legendary, not hack. May says, hello, Nick. Maylene went to sleep, so I have took over her account. Oh, awesome. Thank you for being here, Kian. Thank you for being here. I hope you had a good weekend. And Worm says W, guys. And Diddy says, I want to win something, maybe oil. Arlo says W, Kian. Or should I say Kian? May did tell me I was pronouncing it wrong because I've been saying Kian, but it's actually Kian. And I think I'm saying it right. It says, Nick, bro, today's shines are for the ho-ohs you lost. Oh, it is making up for it. You're right, it is. That's pretty friggin' hilarious, actually. Riley says, I haven't gotten to wish you congratulations, man. Congratulations on the wedding. Oh, yes. Congratulations, Kian. Y'all, Kian proposed to our very own Mother May in a luxury ball, and they're going to be getting married this week in a Hoenn-themed wedding, ruby and sapphire. And if y'all haven't checked out the cake that Mother May made, it is in the photography section of the Discord. It is one of the most amazing cakes I've ever seen in my whole entire life. I literally told May earlier, I was like, that could win a show. Straight up win a show. Nia says, wait, same amount of viewers, same amount of likes? Yes, that's what this community has been built on, is just love and positivity for one another and support for thy neighbor. And it is kind of fitting where we have the same, no matter like what, it could be 40 people, 40 likes. It always tends to be pretty consistent. With the last stream being very much an outlier, I'm not sure what happened on the last stream. We had 200 people in here watching. But it wasn't really engaging like you would think 200 people would be. But when we got our core audience here, it is truly amazing. And Kian says, yes, you're saying my name right. Okay, awesome. Diddy says it's 41-39. Kyler says, yo, I got named. Should I do a next poll for you? Kyler also says, yo, guaranteed Kian, for the next poll, he's legendary. That would be awesome. I don't know why I haven't thought about that. Good idea, Kyler. Good idea. Riley says, Nick Fire Kitchen win. You know, Nick Fire Productions could turn into something big and not just a YouTube channel, so who knows? Kyler says 70 likes, guys. Wait, who can confirm we are at 70 likes? Burger says 71. Wait, didn't you say to do another worm at 70? Yep, okay, crap. May says, oh, what is it? Kian says, what does that mean? Oh, you get to see something pretty funny here. I'm gonna try to get a vertical here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't try that at home. That is how you get yeeted off the bed. Now, the first time I ever tried that, I was just going to do the worm on the bed, right? I launched myself off the friggin' bed like a madman. Just whoop, pow. Wow. Alright. I don't know why I'm out of breath. Oops. What happened here? We'll restart that. So yeah, hope y'all enjoyed that. Nia says someone clipped that. Maybe the first time I did it, it was legendary. It was so spontaneous too. Like, wasn't even planned. May says, or Kian says, what am I witnessing? Noah says, the worm. Yep. It says, do the worm at 85 likes. If we hit 85, I'll do it again. Riley says, that was Kian's first worm? Nah, that was Kian's first worm experience. Welcome to the fire games. You never know. You could get a shiny Pokemon, make a new friend, and see Nick become paralyzed. You never know what you're going to get. And let's see here. And James says, remember how I said my dog died? I forgot to tell I destroyed both of my knees for it. We found it under the desk. Under the deck. Oh, dang. Again, it's really hard for me to read that because it was one of the toughest things I ever went through, was losing my dog. Burger says, that worm needs milk. And Burger says, that worm, oh, I read that one. May says, dude, stop. Burger says, May? May says, and yes, I know how to use mod powers. And Riley says, sorry you went through that, James. That sounds heartbreaking. It says, bet. And Burger says, May, who are you talking to? And James says, yeah, my knees are worth now because I had to put any kind of pressure on them. Elijah says, okay, I'm back. Welcome back, Elijah. Thank you for being here. Burger says, don't let the mod powers get to you. Alex was an example. And May says, the dude was just being an ass about worm. Also, it's not May. I'm Kian. Yeah, what do you say about worm? Let's see here. It says jam and juice are the next best thing. Kyler says a good game, good game. Kissing says, bleh, I don't like my double team. Elijah says, hey Kian, you excited for you and May's wedding? Elijah says, hey Kian, you excited for, oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading like double chats here. And Did says, where did I get to? Kian says, Did was being rude about worm, that's all. Okay, yeah, we don't put up negativity. And Riley says, yo, Elijah, my boy. And Kian says, yes, I very much am. Yes, congratulations, y'all. I'm so happy for y'all. And you definitely did it right. Proposing with the luxury ball and all that. It says Kian wedding live stream in the Discord. Only if they wanted it to be. Elijah says, what's good, Rio? Kian says, kept spamming worm his ass. Oh, yeah, then definitely time them out. And let's see here. And Kian says, couldn't is. Riley says, Kian, I'm excited to see your Torchic inspired suit, man. Nia says, should we hunt for Poliwag next? That would be a cool hunt. Nia says, sorry, I don't know why I keep reading like the same chat over and over. It says, bet back at number 1. Nice is nice. Kyler says, who want to trade for a Fiona? Fiona. I get that from that movie Euro Trip, where she breaks up with him at the beginning of the movie. And she walks away and he's like crying after her, like, Fiona! And his little brother's like making fun of him. Hilarious movie. Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my van every Sunday. She tells us she's at church, but she doesn't go. Still she's on her knees and Scotty doesn't know. Oh, Scotty doesn't know. So don't tell Scotty. And that's how he finds out his girlfriend is cheating on him. Regardless, this fire live stream idea. Oh, Kian says, hey, I gotta do the I choose you with the rest of my life. Oh, I can already tell these vows are gonna be sick. Kyler says, yo, Kit, do you want to trade? I can give you a mythical. Elijah says, yo, Rio, I have a question. It says, wait, you propose like Professor Kakui? Oh my god, absolute best way to propose to a Pokemon fan. Yes, absolutely. And with the luxury ball. Kitson says, I don't have many Mons, mainly it's a battle team and like 5 boxes of Ninetales. That's hilarious. I was at that store today when I was buying those Pokemon card packs, you know, that we opened earlier. Well, that wasn't one of the ones I bought, but this was. I saw where they're going to have a card show in Cleveland, like September 19th. And so I may have to make it to that. I don't know why I keep resetting here either. I need to stop doing that. Here we go. Now we're back on track. And James says, Kyler, if you can go back to the whole luxury ball thing, would you redo it for the love ball or would you stick to the luxury ball? I like the luxury ball idea, but I can understand the love ball too, or a master ball where like you can't even say no. That would have been my idea. Kyler says, what, Bob? Elijah says, other than Lucario, Raul, who's your favorite Pokemon? For me, Shiny Slugma. But I really like Bulbasaur, Charmander, Mudkip, Trico. Those pretty close to my heart as well. Burger says, don't forget to read Nova's poem. She killed it again. Awesome. Love to hear that. You know what? I think that would be a good way to, like, to end the stream, is to read Nova's poetry. Riley says, if I can choose Lucario, my favorite mythical is Victini. Diddy says, I'm free! It says, James, it's Kian, not Kyler. Well, you know, Kian is under May's account, and Kyler is under Caden's account, and James is under Bob's account. So, yeah, my read flow is all messed up here. Because I'll like go to like read someone's name, I'm like, oh yeah, that's not who that is. May says, or excuse me, Kian says, I think happy tears made my heart melt. So that's all I can see is happy tears made my heart melt. Kyler says code 32652 on Scarlet for a mythical. Oriela says, I wish my partner and I could focus on something long term. Long enough to do something like a Pokemon themed wedding. I have a new hyperfixation every couple of months. Currently it's the Lord of the Rings. You know, I haven't watched the first movie since I was a kid. And James says, is that a great ball on fire for your profile picnic? It's just like a Pokeball like made up of blue flames, essentially. Kitson says, I'm in a raid, 1 minute. Kyler says, KK. Jason says, that's so wholesome, Kian. Diddy says, I'm sorry. Worm says, are we going to behave, Diddy? Kitson says, and Ariza is on Kitson's account. Oh, that's funny. And James says, fun fact about Victini, it was on Pokédex at 000. I did notice that. And there's another one like that. I don't know if it was Gen 4 or what. And Kyler says, I can't exactly get on my normal account because it's hacked or something. Worm says, I would have been willing to give you the name to you, but you were a poor sport. Jason says, when that happened, Kyler? Jason says, when that, Kyler says, maybe 1 month ago. This is my YouTube account, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to stick here. Kyler says, as in my YouTuber account. Riley says, I hope you can get your account back, Kyler. And Kian said, what I said was I was happy to see her break down crying happy tears. When I proposed to her, it made my heart melt. That's what I said. Thank you for retyping that, Kian. See, a lot of people don't understand that, like, I'm not, like, as you see, like, you know, sometimes the chat will go faster than other times, and I just give too much of a spill like I'm doing right now, and next you know, so I appreciate, like, you actually retyping that for me. It means a lot. Kyler says, since my other won't let me do YouTube videos. Kyler says, so technically it's a win. It says, bro, what the poll say? Ooh. We'll have to figure it out whenever we end it. If we don't find a shiny, then what do we do? Riley says, W, Kian. Yes. Kian is an absolute G. James says, hey Nick, let me see if you know knowledge. What is the first ever created Pokemon? Oh, good question. Wasn't it Rhyhorn? Burger says, are we about almost at 5 hours in? Yeah, almost. Here in about 13 minutes, we'll cross the 5-hour mark. It says 6-7. Yeah, we've been dancing around that 67 people watching, which is not the last stream. We had like 200 people watching, but before that, that was like the peak. We're consistently keeping that, so that's really good numbers, y'all. The channel is definitely going up. It's not going down. Kyler says, Nick, do you have Pokemon online? I have Pokemon Home. If that's what you mean. James says, that's what happened to me, and I got timed out. Now I know my lesson. You know what? That was awesome that Kian actually did the timeout earlier. Because, you know, May's truly the mod, but Kian is May's boyfriend. Or fiance at now. So, yeah, that was awesome. That was Kian's first time out. Worm says, no, you were saying I was asked for no reason. Yeah, and sometimes, you know, we have people that pop in here and they're having a little bit too much fun. They go a little bit too far for it. So that's why we have to have mods, you know, to moderate. Burger says, if you can't find a shiny, catch a non-shiny, name it Ditto Gel. Diddy Gel. And Kyler says, if you get back on Pokemon Scarlet Violet, I'll give you a shiny hunt you could do. Okay. And let's see here. I may skip down a little bit on the chat. It says, creating an environment for the development of the new technologies is key to success. Kyler says, yo, I haven't seen a Ko in a... Oh, yeah, Ko has a big day tomorrow with a wife and kids. So, yeah, he popped out early, but he did pop in. And Worm says, you shouldn't say it about anyone, did he? Yeah, this place is a place of respect. I mean, you get disrespectful and ugly towards someone else. I'm more likely to ban someone from a channel. You're much better off if like, the mods get to you. I've tried to be a little considerate as of lately, not just ban everyone that like pisses me off. But yeah, it's not the community to like, be very disrespectful to one another, because the mods will definitely time me out. And like I said, me, I might just block you. Mill says VC time. Oh, we getting there. We getting there, brother. Because, yeah, I was wanting to go to 4 a.m., but we're coming up on 3 a.m., and I'm starting to sweat a little bit. And y'all don't want that. Keenan says, she taught me how to use mod, so I tried my best. No, it was appropriate. I didn't see what happened, but according to everyone, it was very appropriate. So, hey, I got trust in you, Keenan. Kyler says, you're doing the code because you don't have to do a code. I can give you as many eggs as you want to shiny hunt it. Well, that's awesome, Kyler. Elijah says, I have a question. I have a friend who is getting into Pokemon, so could you catch a Wobbuffet and name it Sally? Alright, fair enough. It will make the poll. It will make the poll. Oh wait, we've already got a poll going. Crap. Kitsune says still rating. Good luck on that, Kitsune. Burger says voice chat, I was told. Elijah says virtual chat. Is it virtual chat? Is it voice chat? It says Nick, first 3D game coming soon? Yeah, I've been trying to hold out to Winds and Waves, but we might. I mean, all the games that I have, Fire Red, Pokemon Ruby, Pokemon Gold. I mean, at this point, we've pretty much went through the entire game, found a whole team of shinies, caught the legendary shinies. So, you know, it's like, what's the next step? And Kean says, could I possibly join? I'm just going to guess it's on Discord. It is on Discord. Absolutely. And I said I was going to join the voice chat. If I did, it would only be for a little bit because, you know, I work tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. I won't be off till Saturday, so if there's things I want to get done for the stream this week, the stream at all this week, I've got to get done tonight or tomorrow. And believe it or not, there is a lot for me to go and get some more hunts set up and get the save files duplicated and all that. It's amazing that I get as much done as I do. But how much time do I spend not working a week? The time I spend sleeping, essentially. Let's see. Elijah says, by the way, it don't have to be a shiny. We can make it a shiny. Riley says, hey, Diddy man, what's your favorite Pokemon? And James says, if one gets banned or timed out, hypothetically, if they create a new account, what happens if I'm not asking because I have a new account? I'm just asking because I'm curious. So, what we do in that scenario, because this has actually happened where we've timed someone out for being disrespectful, who was someone that was always super nice, but for whatever reason, they got really disrespectful. I timed them out. You know, I could have blocked them. Like I said, I'm more likely to just block someone than time them out. Which I really shouldn't do that. But they got mad, popped back in on another account, and then they got ugly again, so we blocked them. And then they popped back in, they said, hey, I've got 12 accounts, I'll keep doing this. So then what we started doing is even other people in chat reported them for harassment, and then we block them. So that way, like, the harassment is getting labeled to them, getting signal to them from the same IP address. So that's really, I think, the best way to handle it is if someone truly wants to keep popping on different accounts, keep fighting back and keep fighting harder. You know, you've got to defend what is yours, as well as your happiness. Kitson says, Jason, should I get that mon or not? Oh, no, sorry, I think I just missed is. Says, should do instead of a shiny hunt, you play through the game at ZA. ZA. Maybe I just need to give it a chance, but these new Pokemon games, compared to like these older ones, if you grew up playing these older ones and you play the new games, it's kind of disgusting. Jay says, Rio, yo. Kyler says, I'm giving you the egg. Kyler says, who am I trading? Kitsune says, me. Burger says, Jay. Again, welcome in, Jay. Riley says, I'll let you know when I see Spider-Man, Jay. Kyler says, okay. Kitsune says, what eggs is it? Kyler says, however. Diddy says, okay, my bad. Sorry, Worm. That's okay, Diddy. I feel like you truly understand now that, you know, this isn't like a typical gaming channel. I think a lot of people think that they get confused, but you know, a lot of gaming channels, they're playing a video game and they're not engaging in the chat like I am. You know, this is a shiny hunt where it's very repetitive. I only have to glance over every couple of seconds and I can glance back at the chat, be very engaging. And a lot of people, you know, they might put up with a little bit of nonsense, but no, here in this channel, this community does not put up with negativity and stuff like that. So, and you know, it's kind of hard for a lot of people to comprehend that this is, as you see, very much a community. I'm so very blessed to just be a part of it. So people are very protective of other people here in the chat, as long as the mods and myself. That's why I say I'll just block people instead of timing them out. Got no fear in that. So yeah, I'm glad that you feel like you learned your lesson on that. Man says, yeah, I'll be able to hop on Discord afterwards. Sounds fun. Or it says Kian. Awesome. Yeah, like I said, if I pop in, it'll only be for a little bit. Let's see here. I have to skip down a little bit here. James says, fun fact about Fossil, that you plan to go after one of my favorite YouTubers, MJTV, end up breaking his hand going for that very same... Yeah, I know who that YouTuber is. Gibson says, you shouldn't have this. Jason says, what do you mean, Ryza? Kyler says, yeah, I know it's not hacked. You trade it from one game, then you trade it to home, and then you trade it to Scarlet. Elijah says, at least someone knows what I say. The Diddy says, I do not know Worm was a gay in the live though. What? I'm not making sense of that. Kyler says, a lot of people shiny hunted. Kitson says, you said this mod isn't registered? It shouldn't exist. It says, Nick, I meant to say Legends Arceus. Kyler says, I already told you that. James says, hey Nick, who's your favorite actor? Good question. I think Johnny Depp is very underrated. Play a lot of roles. You know, for an actress who's very underrated is Helena Carter, I think is her name. She's got another name in her name, but she played Bellatrix Lestrange in Harry Potter. She played Marla Singer in Fight Club. Riley says, I'm fortunate Co introduced me to this community, man. Nick is amazing and everyone here is amazing. Thank you for that, Riley. You definitely fit in this community, because all you gotta do is just put love and positivity into the atmosphere and, you know, show support for thy neighbor. And you show outstanding character. Riley, everything that comes out of your mouth is so very positive. So I just love that. So yes, I thank Co a lot. Kyle says, I promise you it won't hack your thing. James says, what is an IP address exactly? Is that like the Wi-Fi stuff and stuff like that? I believe that IP address, there could be one for Wi-Fi, but I think it's more of your device. So that's why, like, when, you know, you get people in here with 12 accounts, they want to keep harassing you. And that's what it is. They are harassing with 12 accounts. So I feel like it will eventually get signaled to their device, and then it won't be a problem. Jason says, I think Diddy meant guy, not gay. That's what I was hoping for. Elijah says here. Burger says, Diddy, what are you talking about? Why is Worm gay? Yeah, like they said, I think they meant guy, not gay. I have no idea. Kyler says, someone just gave me a shiny Charizard. Nice, Kyler. Riley says, I'm not sure, Honest James. I bet you can Google your IP question. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm truly qualified to answer it myself. I did get my best guess. It says, Diddy, why did you call Worm gay? Is he actually gay? No, I'm not sure what they meant by that. So Diddy, you've got to explain yourself. It says, I give up now. Diddy, what did you mean though? Like, did you mean to say guy or like, you know, like, what are you even talking about? Worm says, I don't know, but he's on strike one for now. Worm says, no, not offended, just confused. I'm bi. Worm says, Elijah, sup? Yeah, I think we're all just very like, what are you trying to say? We really... James says, no, getting reported on one account won't automatically report or affect your other accounts. YouTube reviews individually for a specific. Well, it's worth a shot. Because, you know, you got to do something. If someone harasses you, you know, you can't just sit around and take it. Kitson says, I think it's quite obvious. Kyler says, just want to let you know, Ryza, if someone named is English, they're most likely trading you a hatch Pokemon I know. It says Worm. Okay, I don't know. It's just kind of weird to call someone gay for no reason. Diddy says, I give up talking. Well, if you don't want to explain yourself, I'm just going to put you in timeout. For 24 hours. Because I asked like 3 times to like explain yourself. That's not how you do it. Kyler says, best shiny luck to you, Nick. James says, I do not know what you said about your favorite actor, Nick. So could you tell me who it is again? Yes, absolutely. I would have to go with Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp is very underrated. You know, a lot of people freaking hate on Brad Pitt. He's actually a really good actor if you actually give him a chance. He's actually got some pretty good roles he's done. But Johnny Depp, I'd say, is pretty underrated. And so is Helena Carter. Or what? I'm probably saying her name wrong, but it's Bellatrix Lestrange from Harry Potter and Marla Singer from Fight Club. Same actress. She's really good. Kean says, dude, I just want to know what you meant. Yeah. Riley says, W to everyone's sexuality. Hear this, if self-reflecting, you don't get to take away humanity. Kyler says, no, it's a shiny Porygon. Kitsune says, I'm just a simple furry. LOL. Burger says, Diddy got caught. Again, 50 more years in jail. Lost the court case. And Kian says, okay, LOL. And Kitsune says, that's Kian. Elijah says, oh, okay. Nova says, what in the world happened? I don't know. It says, Kian, how did you take my #1 spot? James says, I agree with that, basically. I only like him in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Everything else, I hated him, and no offense to him. I'm not a huge Brad Pitt guy. Well, you know, Brad Pitt wasn't in Pirates of the Caribbean. Johnny Depp was. But I gotta say, Pirates of the Caribbean was probably one of my least favorite Johnny Depp like acts. Like, I liked it, but Johnny Depp's played in some movies and done some. Blow, for example. Amazing acting job. Bob says it's pronounced Helena. Yeah, what did I say? I thought I said Helena Carter. Nova says, I see that, Burger. I saw someone disappear, but Jim Carrey. Oh yeah. And a matter of fact, this jersey is a freaking Ray Finkel jersey. So yeah, I love me some Jim Carrey. That's probably one of my favorite like comedy actors. All right, y'all. I think. Alright, this is Brad Pitt and the Pirates of the Caribbean win. But no, it's because I'd said two actors. I'd said Johnny Depp and Brad Pitt. But no, Brad Pitt's actually a really good actor. But anyway, well, y'all, we have, and as soon as Michael pops in too, I'm sorry, Michael, we're about to end this. But I did make a promise that I would read the poetry. So, Nova's latest poem tonight. Beneath the quiet, shadowed ground, a silent world wakes around. The earth is rich, the soul is deep, where roots and secrets softly sleep. A little worm begins to slide, with cozy dampness for a guide. It turns the dark into a song, where busy, gentle lives belong. Or lives belong. Above, a stem begins to rise, to stretch its green arms to the skies. A sweet exchange of dust and dew, as life starts fresh and starts anew. Entangled roots in the earthly loom, the tiny creatures find their home, a tender dance in dirt and rain, where sun and soil heal all pain. That was the poem where she's like, just give me something to write a poem about, and Worm was like, how about worm and dirt? That was great. Alright, now I think this one's about shiny hunting. Across the waking morning sky, where golden rays of promise lie, a breathtaking and gentle grace illuminates this quiet place. Behold the brilliant, sacred flight of Ho-Oh, battling in all light, or bathing in all light. The shiny phoenix of legends, whose tender magic never ends, a guardian through the darkest night, restoring hope and making bright the weary world with healing fire, and lifting every heart up higher. Sweet Pokemon of rebirth in vibrant colors, a gentle guide like few in others. It scattered rainbows where it flies, and wipes the sorrow from our eyes, to show that every soul can mend and find a new star again. That is freaking beautiful. Nova. Absolute cinema. What Elisha said. So yes. Nova says, thank you everyone. No, thank you Nova. Thank you. And thank you all for another amazing stream. Y'all, it's getting lit and lit and lit up in here. I know a lot of y'all remember back when they were only peak at 12 viewers. It's going up, y'all. And you know how much I love engaging with y'all. I know how much y'all love it as well. And I'm going to continue to do my best to be the best streamer I can be, the best YouTuber I can be. And just want to let y'all know I love y'all. Always have, always will. If y'all ever need anything, please do not feel too shy to reach out to us in the Discord. There's always someone here in this community that knows the struggle, that knows the pain, that could probably help out, maybe even more than I can. So, until then, y'all, be good, spend time with the loved ones, and we will be back. We will be back. Peace, y'all.